Good day and welcome. My name is Brigadier General Rolf Maumann, the commander of the 127th Wing here at Selfridge Air National Guard Base. I'd like to welcome you to Selfridge, where we're going to celebrate the next 100 years of combat aviation here in your local community with our air show and open house. In the Air National Guard, we pride ourselves on being a cornerstone of Michigan communities. Our airmen work and live and go to school in our community, and they serve here at Selfridge Air National Guard Base. This is our opportunity to open up our gates and allow you to come in to see what your Air Force does on a daily basis. We have aircraft on static display which you can look, and some of them you can actually crawl through, and others will be flying to show you the awesome combat power that we deliver on a daily basis. I'd like to also ask all of you to stop by our STEM hangar. There you'll get to see how innovation is going to be driving our combat power as we move out into the future. Now that you got to see what we do here at your hometown Air Force here at Selfridge Air National Guard Base, if you're interested, come please join us. We'd love to have you as part of the team. Again, welcome to Selfridge Air National Guard Base and enjoy the show.
Way here. Welcome to Selfridge, and I'm welcoming you here, and I'm welcoming the world by a live air show team. We had folks joining from Belgium, a whole bunch of people from Shepherd Air Force Base yesterday, which was fun, all across America and indeed around the world. 2 in Antarctica, can't figure that one out, and 1 who was complaining about not being able to see it on the screen in the Arctic, the high Arctic, and we figured that's because the sun just doesn't set up there. Just can't find a dark space.
We are covering 99% of the globe. Maybe if you're at the North Pole, you might be out of luck. But good morning and welcome to Selfridge Air National Guard Base. All of you who are here, those who are still out in traffic making your way in, we're just a couple of minutes away from our first aerial performance. That's going to be the Misty Blues. That is the all-female jump team that will be bringing in Old Glory this morning. We'll just mention, as we hear the national anthem here in a couple of minutes, we invite everyone, and I'll give you the cue, but everyone to stand, those in uniform to render the salute. Also our veterans, a lot of veterans out here today, and believe me, we are building on a legacy. And so the veterans welcome to render that hand salute, and everyone else place their hand over the heart as Old Glory comes in with the Misty Blues.
Dan Healy, of course, this is his home. I'm the guest here, Rick Peterson, and our job is to describe everything that's going to happen today, and importantly, tie it into the community and the significant history of this, the largest of the Guard bases in America, and a history that goes way back, doesn't it, Dan?
Yeah, the first flight on this base took place 105 years ago last week. No, excuse me, 105 years ago yesterday. Yesterday, 105 years ago yesterday. So we truly are standing in a historic place, and more importantly, standing on the shoulders of giants that went before us. And for all those Selfridge veterans that are here today, I say particularly thank you for teaching this guy how to be an airman, and we are trying to pay that forward to the next generation.
And so to celebrate all of this history the proper way with flying, some of the aircraft that were significant to this base from the beginning, a Jenny is going to fly early on. After we get things underway with the Misty Blues, we're going to have a Jenny fly. The F-100 that was part of this, the only one still flying in the world today, is going to fly and celebrate some of that history.
And of course, we'll see demonstrations from the aircraft that are based here at Selfridge, KC-135, A-10, Coast Guard, Customs and Border Protection. But right now, we're getting ready to open our flying portion. The Misty Blues are flying straight overhead at Show Center, and we are just seconds away from the first jumper exiting out that aircraft.
So there are approximately 35,000 active skydivers in North America. Only 12% of them are women. The Misty Blues team is 100% women. The ladies on the team come from all across the U.S. to demonstrate their amazing skydiving skills. Since the early 1980s, the Misty Blues all-woman skydiving team has been thrilling audiences at air shows, corporate events, and other special occasions. These exceptionally talented and brave ladies delight in displaying their parachuting talents that make them some of the most skilled skydivers in the world, and they're all local girls today. They do things in the air that make people look up into the sky and feel excitement, patriotism, or the thrill of this shocking visual treat. They are out of the airplane. Our first jumper is out and about to slowly, after a rapid 125 mile per hour terminal velocity free fall, open the chute, slowing down, and then getting ready to bring in our national colors, of course, to help get things underway here at Selfridge. We're going to make sure our jumper gets to the right altitude, and we'll try and time this perfectly. And I'm going to remind you that that flag is huge, and it will have to disconnect just before touchdown. It is 30 feet by 60 feet, 1,800 square feet. It weighs 60 pounds, made from the same material that the parachutes are made of. And there's always flag catchers. They're going to be out here in front of us to collect the flag as soon as the weight touches down, so the flag will not lay on the ground hardly at all, and if it does, for just seconds. They try their best and do it as safely as possible. So still making her way down. Slowly but surely, and you get a chance now to see the size, the enormity of this flag. No easy task jumping out of that airplane with this flag folded against 60 pounds. And a weight below it as well. So I think, Dan, we can ask people to now rise.
You want to stand and join me in rendering honors to our American colors, Old Glory.
Our ground crew, of course. And now up above us, we see our second jumper with the Canadian flag, celebrating those who've come across the border to join us here this weekend, and the members of the Royal Canadian Air Force with us this weekend as well. This flag is 25 feet by 45 feet, 1,125 square feet of Canadian flag. Made of cotton, it is actually the heaviest flag at 75 pounds. And again, flag catchers on the ground to collect the flag as soon as the weight touches down. Ladies and gentlemen, in just a moment, we'll ask you to remain standing as I look up and try and find the jumper right now without looking in the sun.
Flag's out.
And the flag is out, and slowly our Misty Blues jumper descends so that we can welcome the Canadians here. I should point out that the Royal Canadian Air Force CF-18 today unfortunately cannot fly. They have a technical glitch after yesterday's flight. So we're going to scratch the Hornet this afternoon. The team, though, will be over near the A-10s in the display area, way off to the left around the corner and at the back where the aircraft are, to talk to you about their CF-18s. They brought both of their painted jets here, and both, unfortunately, with some technical issues. But you are still going to see Hornets fly. The Growlers are going to depart today during our lunch break, and you'll get a chance to see and hear those. So again, down our jumper comes with that Canadian flag, and I'll try and do a better job of timing this one. My apologies on the first one to the Misty Blues. I started it just a little bit late, and they do time this. They want this to work so well, and I just love the way they open these shows. And we'll tell you more about the jumpers. There's more still to jump after we get the Canadian flag down here. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome our Canadian friends. little better job I did this time, and please give it up for the Misty Blues so far, and of course for our Canadian visitors. And now, eyes to the sky again, as we've got more Misty Blues about to jump in and enjoy this great summer day. Amanda Scheffler, Kristen Tebow, Stacy Roberts, and Sloan Canada are our jumpers today. What they call the twinkle flag out, the larger of the two streamers you see behind the jumpers. That's 20 feet by 80 feet. It's made of lame. And of course, they had to spell that out for me because I would have said lame because that's the way it's spelled. And they've got it L-A-M-A-Y, Rick. Lame material. And they love how it twinkles in the sunshine. And we have such a great day for the air show. Amanda Scheffler is the team owner with the Misty Blues since 2006 from Ann Arbor. 2,100 jumps, enjoys rock climbing, kayaking, trail running. And by the way, her occupation, she's a welding instructor and a plumber pipe fitter. Kristen Tebow from Plymouth, skydiving since 2012, has 800 jumps, enjoys being a new mom. She's a software project manager, and of course has her Master of Science in Material Science and Engineering from U of M. Stacy Roberts with the Misty Blues since 2014, has ground crew and jumper since 2019 from Holly, and she's got 500 jumps, enjoys traveling, and she works as a merchandise planning manager, has a business management education. And Sloan Canat with the Misty Blues from Beverly Hills has been with the team just a year, 500 jumps, and she just passed the accelerated free fall instructor program so she can teach anyone how to jump out of an airplane with their own rig. She's a mechanical engineering PhD student, your Misty Blues. You know, Dan, the team has been performing skydiving demonstrations since 1981, and they're all based in the Ann Arbor, Michigan area. Currently 10 girls on the team. It's an all-women skydiving demonstration team. They've performed all over the world, including the United Arab Emirates, Japan, Malaysia, Canada, and Puerto Rico. And we're happy to have them once again open. They have a history at Selfridge, don't they?
Misty Blues have been part of the Selfridge Air Show and Open House family for quite a number of years now, and really exciting to see them bring in that beautiful large American flag. And now our third and fourth jumpers are descending right over the chalet area, and they're going to head out here to the field in just a moment as they measure those winds appropriately.
Between the team members, there are 16 world records, 4 national records, and 12 state records, 32 records in all. And such a joy to have them here once again at Selfridge. And the ground is a great reflection of sound, so they can hear you amazingly well from where they are right now. So make some noise for our Misty Blues. Once again, Amanda Scheffler, Kristen Tebow, Stacy Roberts, Sloan Canat, your Misty Blues. On the ground crew today, Jason Lindstrom and Kelsey Roush. Please give it up for the ground crew as well, and your Misty Blues. And our pilot, Rich Mulcair, will be returning right to the runway to your left right now with their Cessna 180, the Misty Blues. You ever worked up the courage to do that, Dan? Jump out of a perfectly working airplane?
None for me, thanks.
Me neither. The brave women of the Misty Blues. Golden Knights taking it to a different level coming up this afternoon, representing the Army. But in just a moment, we are going to celebrate some history here at Selfridge in an amazing way. To have this aircraft here this weekend is such a treat.
So off to your far left, you may be able to see the yellow aircraft that's preparing to taxi into position for takeoff. That is the Curtiss JN4, I should say, and that is the exact type of aircraft that was the very first military flight flown here at Selfridge 105 years ago yesterday by a pilot by the name of Byron Jones. Flew the first flight, and it is a history that just continues to this day. That Jenny will be out on a display over in the static area after his flight, so you're going to want to go over and check that out.
It is an amazing flying machine. There's so few of them left flying in the world, and right now it's about to take off. And as it does that in just a moment, I'm so happy to share the significant history about this Jenny and its tie to Selfridge this afternoon. But let's just watch now as this amazingly rare piece of flying history takes to the sky once again. An American icon of aviation, a site that is a real photo opportunity. The World War I 1917 Curtiss Jenny JN4 biplane. In 1917, America entered World War I, and on July 9th of that year, Selfridge Field welcomed its first Jenny. The Curtiss Jenny was the first mass-produced airplane in America. Designed and produced by Glenn Curtiss in 1914, she would train 95% of all those brave young lads that went over there to fight during World War I. Nearly 10,000 were said to be manufactured. Only 6 are flying in the world today, and here is one of them. The flight of the wonderful, cantankerous, lovable, implausible, and famous Curtiss Jenny. She's made completely of wood and fabric, held together by more than a mile of wire. Originally powered by a Curtiss-owned OX5 water-cooled V8 engine, producing a mighty 90 horsepower. She climbed skyward at a breathtaking 100 feet per minute. Later, a more powerful Hispano-Suiza engine replaced the OX5. Today, our Jenny is flying with an engine produced by the Chevrolet brothers in their attempt to enter the aviation business in the late 1920s. Even with that, the Jenny cruises at only 65 miles an hour. A lot like a big kite, but those wings are nearly 45 feet wide. Despite her somewhat awkward handling characteristics, she was the best the Army service had. She had a nickname. The best features of the Curtiss Model J and the Model N biplane were combined. And yes, the result was the Model JN, or Jenny, a real beauty. But many a young aviation cadet claimed the Jenny was no lady. More to the story as we now watch and listen to the Jenny fly by. Imagine, if you will, that it's 1917. Europe is at war. You're sitting in your backyard and you've never seen or heard an airplane before, and all of a sudden you hear and see this peculiar sound. You look up into the sky and this is what you would have seen, the way it would have sounded. And as the biplane with the insignia of the newly formed Army Air Service passed overhead, you might have wondered where it came from. And if you weren't living by one of the 26 new airfields like Selfridge Field that dotted the countryside, then the student pilot you were watching fly overhead right now was probably lost. As the principal Army Air Service trainer, the student flew from the front cockpit while the instructor sat behind him. And among those who learned to fly in the Jenny were Billy Mitchell, Charles Lindbergh, and Amelia Earhart.
Rick mentioned that at that time this was known as Selfridge Field, and truly that's what it was a field. The first runway here wasn't paved until the late 1920s, so you can imagine this relatively fragile aircraft taking off a grass strip, flying over the skies above Selfridge. Selfridge was a much smaller place then, only about 625 acres. Today about 3,600 acres that is used for military training, and we follow the same traditions that were employed in 1917, ensuring that America's men and women are ready to answer our nation's call and stand to defend our nation.
And while the war was still raging, the U.S. Postal Service decided to pioneer a new concept: mail your letter by air. But they needed an airplane, so the Postal Service contacted the Army Air Service. The Army wasn't too keen on the idea, so the Post Office said, look, you provide the airships and the pilots. We'll provide the landing fields and the mail. You can use the daily service to train your pilots on cross-country navigation, and we can begin daily mail delivery faster than the trains. So May 15, 1918, at a ceremony held in Washington, D.C., right near the Lincoln Memorial, Lieutenant George Boyle climbed into this airplane, the biplane you see flying here today, and took off. Among those watching him was the President of the United States. The Jenny was on its way to New York City via Philadelphia. Simultaneously, two other Jennies were working their way south. Now, unfortunately, because of the lack of instruments and experience, Lieutenant Boyle became lost and landed in a farmer's field in Maryland. The mail was picked up and taken back to Washington, where it unceremoniously headed north by train. And to commemorate airmail service, the Post Office issued a stamp with this aircraft on it. By mistake, 100 of those stamps were printed upside down. If you have one of those today, it's worth nearly $1 million. You might want to take a look in Great-Grandma's attic just to see if she saved one. To celebrate its most famous stamp, in 2018, the Postal Service reissued the stamp, and this very Jenny is on it.
This Jenny is really a great table setter for all the Air Force technology and the military aircraft that we're going to see today. I want you to burn into your mind the image of this fragile aircraft making its high-speed passes here over Selfridge Field. We talk about the technology. Back in World War I, the pilot would have a bomb in his hand and would fly over the enemy field and just drop the bomb right out of the pilot's position. Amazing technology that's advanced over the last 100 years.
It's coming up for its last pass before the recovery, so make sure you have your cameras ready for this historic moment. In 1918, World War I ended. The Army pilots returned to civilian life, and guess what? They were bitten by the bug. Flying, that is. So what did the government do with all those thousands of Jennies it owned? It sold them as surplus for as little as a few $100s each. No government regulations for private or commercial flying, pilots found that the Jenny was ideal to introduce America to aviation, and thus began what we call today the golden age of barnstorming. Begat wing walking, stunt flying, and then later air shows that would go on all these years later to inspire so many to also take up flying. And that's what we hope to accomplish this weekend with yet another air show here at Selfridge. So as it approaches this time, ladies and gentlemen, and a little bit closer, we're going to dial down the music and just let you soak up the experience of the sound and the sight of this historic Jenny. Shortly recovering the airplane and in the winds today, mostly down the runway, our pilots are going to have their hands full. Jenny is one of the most original World War I designed airplanes you will ever see fly. We'll ask that you put your hands together for the entire team that are here to support this airplane and our pilots today. Make sure they can hear your appreciation for this. And find out more about this project to keep it flying and the history alive by visiting friendsofjenny.org. That's friendsofjenny.org. And have your cameras ready too, because if this works out just right, we're going to have two historical things happening together. We're going to have the Jenny where it all began here at Selfridge Field, Dan, and then the mighty F-100, the only F-100 still flying in the world today, is about to take off. And you just might get the two of them in the same shot, depending on how this works out.
F-100 Super Sabre, another aircraft with just a tremendous history here at Selfridge Air National Guard Base, flown by the 107th Fighter Squadron, which is part of the Michigan Air National Guard, flown and operated right here at Selfridge in the mid-1970s, early 70s, and I'm sure that there are some F-100, some Hun veterans that are out here today. Thank you for your service, men and women.
This jet has a very unusual afterburner. After all, it was the first of the Century series of fighters. And you will hear it, well, it's more than a pop. It's a boom as it lights the afterburners. Dean Kutchell right now making sure it's right on the numbers and on the takeoff roll, ladies and gentlemen. The F-100 Super Sabre. Quick shakeout of the jet to make sure it's in perfect working order before committing to the routine, and we'll have Dean back on stage to celebrate all this history, Dan.
F-100, our first aircraft of the day that those at the show line could not only see it take off, but could feel it take off. Just that beautiful sound of freedom as the jet rolls and moves into position, getting ready for our demonstration today as we prepare to recover our Jenny as well.
So history celebrated throughout our flying display will include the eras, the Korean War, the Vietnam War, the history that went on here at Selfridge with the T-33, and of course all of these services are going to be well represented here today as well, because we have these services right here at the base.
This truly is Michigan's hometown Air Force base, and not only the Air Force, but the Army here, Army well represented with several combat vehicles out in the static display area. Make sure you have an opportunity to go over there and ask the soldiers questions. They're eager to talk about their role and what they do in defense of our great nation. And of course, all the aircraft out in the static display area invite you to ask questions. Ask before you touch. but really check those aircraft out and learn a little bit about our history and what we do here today at Selfridge.
Flying conditions are good, so they're not going to push it. They're heading on home with the Jenny, and that's a good thing. And we sure thank them for being here this weekend to help us celebrate all this history. But right now, we're going to dial it up. Dean's happy with the F-100. Very shortly, we're going to have it on stage. An American supersonic jet fighter aircraft that served the United States Air Force from 1954 to 1971, and with the Air National Guard through 79. The first of the Century series of United States Air Force jet fighters. The first U.S. fighter capable of supersonic speed and level flight. The F-100, designed by North American as a high-performance follow-on to the F-86 Sabre air superiority fighter.
F-100 Super Sabre flying out over Lake St. Clair, getting ready to position for its next pass. I'd like to welcome everyone who's listening on our simulcast today out on the lake and in the neighborhoods. This is the F-100 Super Sabre.
And you could hear the pop of the afterburner on that pass as well. Adopted as a fighter bomber, the F-100 was superseded by the high-speed Republic F-105 Thunder Chief for strike missions over North Vietnam. The F-100 flew extensively over South Vietnam as the Air Force's primary close air support jet, till being replaced by the more efficient subsonic Corsair II. The F-100 also served in other NATO air forces, the U.S. allies. Later in life, was often referred to, as Dan has mentioned, the Hun, a shortened version of 100. The Hun, the F-100.
As our F-100 prepares to make another pass, I should mention, I misspoke earlier, I said it was here in the early 70s. The F-100 operated here at Selfridge throughout almost the entire decade of the 1970s and flown by the men and women of the Michigan Air National Guard.
For several years, Dean has flown members of the Super Sabre Society, the veterans who flew the aircraft in active service, including in Vietnam. Dean said the reaction after the flights, the two-seat F-100 is almost uniformly the same. And sometimes there's even tears, but the gratitude. Dean acquired the airplane more than a quarter century ago on his third try, even picking up a T-33, later sold as a bonus in the deal. After 2 years, a sizable financial investment, and a great deal of help from former members of the 122nd Fighter Wing of the Indiana Air National Guard, who knew the airplane well, he had a prize warbird in the air again. And we remember the Vietnam veterans here this weekend with a memorial in one of the Hush buildings, and I'll let Dan address that. And of course, in the air with not just this, but the Skyraider and the Skyhawk later this afternoon.
To our Vietnam veterans who are here today, welcome home. Now coming in from the left, F-100.
the pop of that afterburner in the first of the century series of fighters. And how quiet it gets when he shuts it off. This is just a great day to experience this jet.
Beautiful blue sky, and he is hitting that afterburner right at show center, perfectly at show center. You hear that little pop, and if you're up here on the show line, you can probably feel it as well.
You know, we owe a great debt of gratitude to the owners and the operators of these vintage aircraft, and the more of them you'll see later this afternoon, as the demands in both time and treasure required to keep something like a Century Series fighter flying the skies are astronomical. I can only hope that we may continue seeing these wonderful machines gracing the skies deep into the future, so that we never forget the sacrifices of those who went before flying them, maintaining them, building them, designing them, and making them. Here he comes again, the F-100 Super Sabre. You saw that burner and then you heard it. I just love that. Setting up now to recover this beautiful airplane, and keep your eye down on the aft end of the jet when it lands this time. There won't be any burner on. You're going to see a chute come out as he carefully now brings it back to Earth. This aircraft, the two-seat Super Sabre variant, constructed in the first months of 1958 by North American Aviation in Inglewood, California. And of course, acquired, saved from being in the boneyard at Davis-Monthan back in 1973. A year later, in Stasis, it was resurrected from her resting place under the baking sun in the Arizona desert and sent to Sacramento Air Material Area at McClellan Air Force Base to be prepared for delivery to the Turkish Air Force, which received her in '74. And then eventually, of course, it's made its way back home and into the hands of Dean and his team, restored, and winning awards for that. Headed to Oshkosh in a couple of weeks and flying here to help us celebrate all this history at Selfridge Air Force Base. Well, Selfridge Field, what was it known as then, I wonder?
When it opened, it was Selfridge Field, and then Selfridge Army Air Force Base, Selfridge Air Force Base, and then in 1971 becoming Selfridge Air National Guard Base, as the Michigan Air National Guard continues to operate and manage the nation's largest and most complex Air National Guard owned and operated facility.
Now, Dean, as they would have in its day, takes a long approach to make sure it's lined up perfectly for a nice landing here. And of course, he's got to get it slowed down, not just with the brakes, but with that big drag chute as well. It's a big, heavy airplane for its day. And he's way out there, and look for the black smoke, because that was the time, of course, and it gave them away often. Even when they light the burner, it was hard to hide the fact, and that's what to look for. You see the landing light now as he approaches. Watch for the parachute to open. You may want to get your phone on video to make sure you capture this great moment. And remember now, this is the only F-100 flying. Dean Kutchell at the controls. And now the chute should be popping out as soon as that nose wheel goes down, and there it is. Whoa, slowing that jet down. Isn't she beautiful? Now, Dean can't hear your appreciation, not with that canopy closed up and his helmet on and stuff. When he gets turned around and settled down and starts to taxi back, be sure and give him a huge wave of appreciation, And he'll be waving back too, kids. So make sure you let him know how much you appreciate the fact that he continues to keep this jet flying and was here this weekend to help us tell this part of the story of Selfridge.
Our first jet performance of the day, and what a leap to go from the Jenny, which low and slow and beautiful, and then to this beautiful aircraft, the F-100 Super Sabre. I hope that you can keep in mind the turn performance that he had. F-100 had to go way out over the lake to be able to turn and perform to get back for its next pass. When we see the F-22 Raptor, which is the Air Force's newest fighter aircraft this afternoon, you'll be amazed at the difference that technology has evolved over the years. F-100 Super Sabre.
You know, you think of the gas that a jet like this drinks, and you know the price of fuel these days. And then we just got notice from security that there's a red Chrysler minivan. Is this the license number on here? Juliet Charles 11 Charles. Juliet Charles 11 Charles. The engine's been left running in the minivan. That's going to be a costly venture by the end of the day if you don't get there. Your red Chrysler minivan is running in the parking lot. Ugh.
Good time to tell all those who are listening on simulcast, if you're still out in traffic, hey, you've missed a couple of phenomenal air demonstrations, but there is so much more to come, including this afternoon, U.S. Army Golden Knights, a demonstration from our Coast Guard rescue helicopter, Customs and Border Patrol will be out here with a demonstration of their law enforcement capability, and then we'll cap it off this afternoon with the F-22 Raptor. Gosh, there's so much more. I forgot to mention the P-51 Mustang, the AT-6, which is a tribute to our Tuskegee Airmen who operated here at Selfridge and beyond. So much more still to come. So if you're in traffic, please be patient, and lots of good parking out here, lots of great spots to put a lawn chair, stretch out on a blanket, and enjoy the flying here at Selfridge.
And again, we turn back the hands of time right now as you see this next aircraft take off. What you saw take off just moments ago, and watch turning in front of us is the Douglas A-1 Skyraider, an American single-seat attack aircraft in service from 1946 to the early 1980s. Had a remarkably long and successful career. It became a piston engine anachronism in the jet age, nicknamed the SPAD. Ladies and gentlemen, to celebrate our veterans and welcome them home from the Vietnam era, we have the Skyraider, and with a quick shakeout, about to enter the stage here, and we'll see and hear this piece of flying history.
A great look underneath the aircraft as it flies right over show center. We're going to see a couple more passes where you'll really be able to see the don't worry, folks, all those bombs and missiles that are on board. Those are all dummies just for show, but it indicates how that aircraft would have looked in the combat setting. You know, seeing this aircraft really makes me think about the heritage and the legacy of not only Selfridge Field, but of the United States Air Force and all the military services. I know as a kid growing up, my next door neighbor was a B-26 crewman in World War II, and then when I came in the Air Force, learned from the Vietnam veterans who were still in service. and that legacy continues today. And you can be a part of this. Go over and see that recruiting tent and learn about the opportunities that are here, right here at Selfridge Air National Guard Base.
Diving down on us right now, here it is. The Skyraider and that big Wright radial engine. The duplex Cyclone 18-cylinder air-cooled radial piston engine developing 2,700 horsepower. You know, and to bring this airplane and design to the now, the jet-powered A-10 Thunderbolt II, you know so well here at Selfridge, was based on specifications for a modernized Skyraider with a heavy payload and good endurance. As we continue to move the hands of time forward, and we continue to now experience the sight and sound of this Vietnam-era Skyraider. We'll also point out that there is a version of the Vietnam Memorial on site too, isn't there, Dan?
Over by that giant American flag, there's two buildings, one of which has a display from several veterans groups, including a version of the Vietnam Memorial Wall. As the SPAD comes by, just feel the power coming off that engine.
I remember as a kid building plastic models, and I just loved the 1/48 scale kit of the Skyraider because I felt I got lots more plastic for the dollar. It's a big airplane, a big chunky airplane, and that wing designed to carry an awful lot of weapons. And to consider that this piston engine propeller Skyraider was designed during World War II to meet United States Navy requirements for a carrier-based single-seat long-range high-performance dive torpedo bomber to follow on from the earlier aircraft like the Dauntless and the Helldiver and the Avenger. Designed by Ed Heinemann of the Douglas Aircraft Company, prototypes were ordered July 6, 1944. Made its first flight in 1945 as a type. And a nice topside pass. So here's the deal. Here's what I'm going to ask you to do. If you are a Vietnam veteran, I'm going to ask you to put your hand in the air right now. Proudly, sir, ma'am, please put your hand in the air, and the rest of us, give it up for them. Give them a round of applause and welcome them home. Now, normally a dirty pass is in an airplane when you drop the flaps and throw the landing gear out to dirty up all the airflow and slow it down in a slow pass. But in this case, with this turnaround, I almost want to call this bottom side pass a turn around the dirty pass, because you can't hide all that oil from that big radial engine under there.
Well, I know the people who maintain aircraft, they take great pride in the presence and appearance, but I'll tell you what, that little bit of soot that gets on there from the exhaust, those are beauty marks on this aircraft.
It is, after all, what I think would appropriately be called from the era a wild thing. Ron, Fred, Alan, Mike, Ethereal, all the names that he kept throwing at me through the briefings, because he doesn't want it to be about him, the pilot. He wants it to be about the history and the veterans and the airplane. Continues to fly, and shortly we'll be getting it back on the ground as we're going to move back into the jet age shortly. But here's your last pass. So give Mike, Al, Fred, our pilot, a nice wave on the way by as he gets ready to recover the Skyraider.
As we see that A1 make another pass around the field, Even the paint on these aircraft speaks to the evolving technology. We saw the Jenny this morning. Of course, that's paint on canvas on those wings. We saw the stainless steel of the F-100, speaks to a little bit of an earlier era. And then, of course, the camouflage paint job on this Vietnam era aircraft. Later today, we'll see the gray skins on the modern aircraft, and then on the F-22, and they won't let you touch that one because that is very special paint made particularly to be absorbent to radar so that it has a very low radar profile and can fly safely and uncontested in the skies over the modern battlefield.
Ian, Robert, Ken, Tom, heading home now in the SPAD. Got enough gas to get there. It's long range, don't forget, and great to have it here to help us celebrate all this history. The Skyraider. Still to come in our first half, we'll be breaking for lunch. The T-33, the Tuskegee Salute, with both the AT-6 and the P-51 Mustang. And then later this afternoon, after our break, the Golden Knights, the Skyhawk, Customs and Border Protection, 127th Wing demonstration with the KC-135 and 4 A-10s. The Checkmate Jet Team, the C-17, the Coast Guard Search and Rescue demonstration, and the F-22 Raptor, all still to come. Folks still getting in here, Dan. A couple of safety messages, I think, just to help them know the lay of the land. And don't forget, our static display is way down to the left if you're coming in from the right, and toward the back around the corner, there's lots to see and do.
So as you're coming in today, look for that giant American flag that's hanging from the crane out in the center of the field. That is the place where you're going to want to be reunited if you lose somebody from your party. So if we have some parents that wander off and the children are wondering where their parents have gone, they should go under that giant American flag. There's an information booth, information tent under that American flag, and that is where you could be reunited with your party. A couple of other tips and notes for today. The open house and air show is a smoke-free zone. A lot of dry grass out here today. We don't want any problems with that. So no smoking today at the air show. Also, if you have any problems today, please ask somebody who's wearing a military uniform, wearing a law enforcement uniform. There's a lot of volunteers who are out here today wearing green shirts. They will direct you if you need medical assistance. EMS, our fire department personnel, fire department watching the airfield, but also on call. If you need assistance, please let somebody know and we will help you out. Also today, I want to make sure that we're taking care of the trash. Trash attracts birds because the birds think it's food, and birds and airplanes do not mix. So we want to make sure we're keeping track of the trash.
So part of the story is we saw the F-100 and celebrated the history at Selfridge that jet played a role in. The first jet that was here was the P-80, and we're going to celebrate that because it begat the jet you're about to see. And I can't wait to tell you the whole story when we get Greg Collier in the air. And you're going to see him take off, and we'll just listen to the sound of history here as it does that, and then he'll quickly shake it out and begin his routine, and we'll tell you the story of the first jet to appear here at Selfridge. And Greg seems to be happy with the jet as he takes off and gets ready to begin. An important part of the history here at Selfridge, of course, was the jet age, and look where it has brought us. And the history we're celebrating, and of course the theme at this year's show is the next 100 years, so appropriate that it began with Lockheed and now into the fifth generation fighters with the F-22 and the F-35. That history continues here, and we're looking forward into these next 100 years with a great culmination later this afternoon with the F-22 demonstration team. So Greg is set up and he's getting ready, and we're about to tell you the rest of the story. In 1943, the U.S. Army's Air Tactical Service Command met with Lockheed Aircraft Corporation to express its dire need for a jet fighter to counter a rapidly growing German jet threat. 1 month later, a young engineer by the name of Clarence Kelly L. Johnson and his team of young engineers hand-delivered the XB-80 Shooting Star jet fighter proposal. Quickly, the go-ahead was given for Lockheed to start development on the United States' first jet fighter effort. It was June 1943, and this project marked the birth of what would become the Skunk Works, with Kelly Johnson at its helm. The formal contract for the XB-80 did not arrive at Lockheed until October of 1943, 4 months after work had already begun. This would prove to be a common practice within the Skunk Works. Many times a customer would come to the Skunk Works with a request, and on a handshake, the project would begin. No contracts in place, no official submittal process. Still so impressive all these years later. Kelly Johnson and his team designed and built the XB-80 in only 143 days, 7 less than was required. What allowed Kelly to operate the Skunk Works so effectively and efficiently was his unconventional organizational approach. He broke the rules, challenging the current bureaucratic system that stifled innovation and hindered progress. His philosophy, spelled out in his 14 rules and practices, still practiced today. So you see, this jet, the T-33, was developed from the Lockheed P-80, F-80, starting as the TP-80C, the TF-80C in development, and then designated the T-33A, first flying in 1948. And Dan, that first P-80, of course, saw service right here at Selfridge.
First jet flight took place here at Selfridge in 1948. So just 31 short years after that first Jenny wobbled into the air, we had jet aircraft operating here at Selfridge. Of course, by then, the runways were paved. And T-33, the training variant of the F-80, look at it as it comes in on that low-speed pass. Just beautiful.
It is still so impressive. Greg's setting up for some photo passes too, so have your cameras ready to make it look absolutely beautiful for your shots and your video. As he drops down this time, he'll give you a nice look on the top side of his T-33. We'll let you just soak up the sound right now and the visual of this beautifully restored, meticulously maintained T-33 that Greg affectionately calls Ace Maker. Nice, slow roll. So how did the Skunk Works get its name? Well, I'll tell you the true story in just a moment. So it was the wartime year of 1943 when Kelly Johnson brought together this hand-picked team of young Lockheed Aircraft Corporation engineers. And the manufacturing people too, rapidly and securely complete the XP-80 project. Because the war effort was in full swing, there was no space available at the Lockheed facility for Johnson's effort. Consequently, Johnson's organization operated out of a rented circus tent next to a manufacturing plant that produced a pretty strong odor, which permeated the tent. Each member of Johnson's team was cautioned that design and production of the new XP-80 must be carried out in strict secrecy. No one was to discuss the project outside the small organization, and team members were even warned to be careful how they answered the phones. Well, a team engineer named Irv Culver, a fan of Al Cap's newspaper comic strip Lil Abner, in which there was a running joke about a mysterious and malodorous place deep in the forest called the Skunk Works. There, a strong beverage was brewed from skunks, old shoes, and other strange ingredients. Well, one day Culver's phone rang and he answered it by saying, "Skunk Works, inside man Culver speaking." Fellow employees quickly adopted the name for their mysterious division at Lockheed. Skunk Works became Skunk Works. The once informal nickname is now a registered trademark of the company, Skunk Works, Lockheed Martin. And coincidentally, Dan, I have to tell you that I was awakened this morning at 4 a.m. over at the hotel. Why? Because my hotel room is on the ground floor. The air conditioner is a window air conditioner on the ground floor. And I kid you not, a skunk last night decided that that's where he'd like to spend the night. It's not a way anybody should wake up, I'm telling you right now. It was just, in fact, I can just now get the tears out of my eyes. This jet can still do just over 400 miles an hour. Greg Collier, the man flying it right now, has 3 of them across America. Greg Wired Collier, a native of California, took his first flight at the age of 7 in Sonoma, California. Hooked ever since. He earned his pilot's license at the age of 18. He flew while serving in the U.S. Army in the 80s. Retired recently after 27 years as an air traffic controller at Oakland. Lockheed T-33 shooting star, ace maker, America's first operational jet fighter and jet trainer, has been a passion of his. Again, acquiring now 3 of them, positioned across America to continue to show and tell the story at air shows. Greg would like to thank Sky West, Strong Parachute, and Concorde Batteries for helping him fly these airplanes and tell this story. Get ready now, he's going to come in nice and slow. And when he does this time, he might even have a chance to look at you from the cockpit. He'll be looking for the kids to be waving and give a wave back. Greg Collier, ladies and gentlemen, and his beautiful T-33. Give him a wave.
What a beautiful low-speed pass, and you can only imagine how many hundreds, maybe even 1,000 airmen here at Selfridge Air National Guard Base took check rides in that T-33 back in the P-80 days, the F-80 days here at Selfridge, what was then Selfridge Air Force Base, and the thousands of airmen who worked to maintain it. And then, of course, all the back shop people, the civil engineers taking care of the runway, the services people working in the chow hall, making sure people are fed, the finance people like to get paid on the 1st and the 15th. All supporting the operation that we did then at Selfridge Air Force Base and continue to do today as part of your Michigan hometown Air Force at Selfridge Air National Guard Base.
Sustaining G's all the way around in these turns, and that means that he's working hard and he has to stay fit. And Greg does that by some pretty serious cycling with the Barnes team, and of course also a triathlete, an Ironman competitor. Very Californian. He eats healthy and he knows where the best latte in town is because he's been seeking it out most of the weekend. So make sure you get a chance to say hi to Greg. He'll be easy to spot again. Look for the California dude. And you will have found Greg Collier, pilot of our ace maker, the T-33. Now, Dan, in these series of passes coming up as he gets ready to wrap things up again, he's going to try and make it look as beautiful as he can and give you a great platform shot for your videos and your photos, which we hope you'll share on social media. Don't forget to tag the Selfridge Open House, and that way we get to see your pictures and your videos, and we get to read your comments as well. Setting up for a nice, precise 4-point roll now. Entering and exiting at the exact same altitude, inverted right at center stage. His precise flying in the jet he loves so much.
And we'll mention an awful lot of people watching this on Airshow Live TV, and an opportunity to, by extension, be a part of our Airshow family today. But this will also be available on Airshow Live TV.
That's right.
Easy for me to say. Airshow Live TV, as we have this awesome pass from the left. It'll be out on the YouTube channel later today, so if you see something you love today, and I don't know how you couldn't, but you'll be able to relive some of these great moments with the T-33. And coming up this afternoon, F-22 Raptor, the pride of the United States Air Force.
Lockheed to Lockheed, and looking at the next 100 years as we celebrate that theme here this weekend.
Approaching from the right, T-33, the ace maker.
And we'll dedicate this pass to our Korean war vets here with us this weekend. To our Korean war vets, thank you for your service. And our air boss is letting me know that Greg is going to take 19. He's going to land on runway 19 as we get ready to tell you more history with a couple of more planes, and we'll dial the hands of time back even further here in just a moment. And there I am using too many of the terms. 19. That's 190 degrees. That's the other end of the runway is basically what it is. George is laughing at me now. And it's lining up, and he's bringing it back to Earth carefully, and that's going to save him some taxi time. And something else, George and I had dinner last night. He was telling me, and I didn't know this about Greg, doing a little bit of research. He does work with test pilots, the test pilot school as well. And he found an interesting way to help slow this jet down and assist with braking and save him on tires too. It's so robust, the canopy on this airplane, that once he gets the nose wheel down and it gets to a certain speed, he's going to pop the canopy open just a little bit, and then a lot more, and that helps slow the jet down even more. And a creative way at slowing down his beautiful T-33, getting some air in there as well. So please give him a wave. He can't hear applause way out there in the jet, but please give him a wave of appreciation. There he is, slowing it down even more by opening the canopy. It is T-33 ace maker Greg Collier from California.
Rick, we've seen so much here today, so much more still to come if you're listening on the simulcast. If you're out there on I-94, North River Road, Jefferson Avenue, trying to make your way into the base, be patient and come and join us because there's still so much more flying here to see. Of course, it's not just flying. There's a lot of aircraft that are on static display. Go over and take a walk through the KC-135 Stratotanker that's flown and operated right here at Selfridge Air National Guard Base. The men and women of Southeast Michigan and beyond maintain that aircraft and fly that aircraft truly on missions all over the world. Also over there are the A-10 Thunderbolt II, and the A-10 that's underneath the sunscreen over there in the static display area has all the munitions laid out, so you are able to see how that aircraft is loaded up in a combat situation, able to see the bullets that are over there, and talk to some of the ammo troops and the weapons troops that maintain those weapon systems. And those folks are all recruited from the local area. So I want you to stop by and talk to the recruiting tent, find out the opportunities, the education and the career opportunities that exist in the Air National Guard. Also, our Border Patrol is hiring. And right now, there is a $5,000 bonus for new agents who join the United States Border Patrol and make it through the Border Patrol Academy. So if you're interested in a career in federal law enforcement, today is a great day to ask questions. At least ask questions and find out more.
We're about to honor a local hero with our next historic flight. And an aircraft you, again, not only see, but you hear and feel as the propeller tips approach supersonic speed. That's the snap you hear on this big radial Pratt & Whitney engine on the AT-6. And then shortly, the music of the Merlin, too, and the P-51 as we get ready again to celebrate a local hero and remember him. So Dr. Brian Smith is airborne in the Tuskegee Airmen T-6, the AT-6. And the P-51, which will play a role in this story in just a moment, taking off with the music of the Packard Merlin. Look how nice and beautiful and shiny that airplane is.
P-51 with that yellow tail. It is the most beautiful aircraft ever to enter into military service, with apologies to all the other aircraft. Beautiful aircraft that are out here today. And that AT-6 that's off in the distance in front of you, if you're looking out over Show Center, AT-6 representing the Tuskegee Airmen, who have a long and distinguished history that's associated here with Selfridge Field. And Detroit really is kind of the center of Tuskegee Airmen. It was the first chapter of the Tuskegee Airmen and continues to play an important role in educating youth and exposing them to the opportunities that are available in the aerospace industry.
So Dr. Brian Smith took off with this AT-6, which we'll see here in just a moment back on stage. Himself taught to fly in 1995 by a Tuskegee Airmen veteran, Ralph Mason. And this is dedicated today, these flybys, to Lieutenant Colonel Alexander Jefferson, who died at his home in Detroit in June at the age of 100, buried here yesterday. And we'll tell his story and remember him and the other Tuskegee Airmen as we watch this series of flybys now, starting with the AT-6 that he actually trained pilots in today. In 1995, Jefferson was enshrined in the Michigan Aviation Hall of Fame. In 2004, President George W. Bush awarded Jefferson a Purple Heart for being wounded while being shot down over German-occupied France. March of 2007, Jefferson attended a ceremony in the U.S. Capitol Rotunda, where he and all the other members of the Tuskegee Airmen and their widows were collectively awarded the Congressional Gold Medal in recognition of their service. Detroit honored Jefferson for his service during World War II with the key to the city. The author of his book, Red Tail Captured, Red Tail Free, Memoirs of a Tuskegee Airman and POW, a personal memoir of those who served America in World War II and after. All of these veterans we salute today and remember the service of Lieutenant Colonel Jefferson. And Dan, it was here at Selfridge where the Colonel was an instructor and instructed in this very AT-6. An amazing story.
And of course, Colonel Jefferson and all the members of the Tuskegee Airmen, particularly those here in the Detroit chapter, so influential in their service, also after their time of military service, many of them in education and other roles. Colonel Jefferson was a school teacher in the city, and so many of them played an important role, as I said, in exposing young people to the opportunities that exist both in the military and outside in the aerospace and aviation industry. AT-6 coming in from the left, honoring our Tuskegee Airmen.
And of course, we salute today Harry Thaddeus Stewart, Jr., retired U.S. Army Air Force officer, Distinguished Flying Cross recipient, and a combat fighter pilot within the 332nd Fighter Group, best known as the All-African American Tuskegee Airmen. Stewart, who was shot down 3 German aircraft in one day, is still with us and the last surviving Tuskegee Airman at the age of 98. He just turned 98 last week. He still lives in the Detroit area, wanted to be with us here this weekend, wasn't feeling quite up to it. But we remember him today too. We salute him as the last surviving member of the Tuskegee Airmen. Mark Vaughn, of course, their air show operations coordinator today, was inspired to fly by the Tuskegee Airmen. So many of our pilots today, their legacy and the story intact, continue to be told, and we celebrate it here this weekend. Our salute to the Tuskegee Airmen continues with the platform that they went to battle in, the P-51 Mustang.
P-51 Mustang high and to the right, getting ready to come in. This aircraft has a long history with both Selfridge Field and with the 127th Wing, flown here by the active duty Air Force in the late 1940s, and also flown by the Michigan Air National Guard way back in the day when the Guard was based at Detroit Metro Airport. Prior to 1971, the Guard operated at Detroit Metro, and in the late 1940s, flying the P-51 Mustang.
Let's just watch and listen to the music of this Packard-built Merlin engine. And perhaps we'll get a different note to harmonize with it too that we'll explain. Coming in fast, the P-51. Now that whistle you heard along with the music of that Merlin was added by at least one gun port on each wing. There are 3 in each wing. One of them on each wing is set back to make room for the ammo and the fuel on board. And like a flute, that hole, if it's at the right angle of attack with those wings, you hear it again right there. Like a musician blowing over the hole in the flute, adds that note of music and it harmonizes beautifully with the Merlin engine. Isn't that beautiful? The P-51. As we remember the Tuskegee Airmen and our World War II veterans. This P-51 is called Swamp Fox, flown by R.T. Dixon. He's been flying since he was 3, supervised of course, until he soloed at 16. Started flying air shows in 1992. And man, does he love this airplane, and I think you can see why. This airframe was delivered to the 445th Fighter Squadron in Bakersfield, California, back in 1945. It served many active and Guard units, the last duty station at the Kentucky Air National Guard. Surplused from the United States Air Force inventory in 1957, flew for a year before being parked. Came out of complete restoration in 2012 and was painted to honor Will Ford's last mount, Swamp Fox, 364th Fighter Squadron, 357th Fighter Group, 8th Air Force, based out of England. Well, Lieutenant Colonel Will Ford thought it would be cute to sort of jab his English hosts by naming the airplane after the American Revolutionary hero from South Carolina, Colonel Francis Marion. Marion was hated by the British, gave him the moniker Swamp Fox. So Lieutenant Colonel Will Ford decided that would be the perfect name for his P-51.
That beautiful P-51 Mustang definitely helped America and its allies to win World War II. And then P-51 stationed here at Selfridge Air Force Base at that time in the late 1940s. And again, as mentioned, flown by the Michigan Air National Guard back in the Detroit Metro days when the Air Guard was based at what is now Detroit Metropolitan Airport. And before the Guard moved to Selfridge in 1971. And so then began the history of Selfridge Air National Guard Base.
The Dixons consider themselves trustees of this important piece of history and want to preserve it by honoring all those past, present, and future that have served the U.S. Armed Forces. The Dixon family, a supporter of both the Air Force and the Air National Guard, love to keep it flying. Let's just listen. Still impressive again all these years later. All that horsepower, over 1,400 of it, and able to pull that airplane through the sky at over 400 miles an hour.
Interesting history with the Michigan Air National Guard and the P-51. During World War II, what is today the 107th Fighter Squadron was called the 107th Observation Squadron, activated for the war, and while based in England, was flying the observation variant of the P-51. So they took out the guns and put in cameras, and then the 107th Observation Squadron in their modified P-51s flew multiple missions over Normandy Beach in May and June of 1944, gave all those pictures to General Eisenhower and his staff so they could plan and map out the invasion that became known as D-Day and was a huge factor in obviously winning the war, World War II. So direct piece of history flying overhead right now.
So the median age now of World War II veterans is 97. We're losing over 5,000 World War II vets every month. As they age, all they ask is that they be remembered and their sacrifices be remembered. And we have a couple of World War II veterans here with us today. We always do in an air show. So here's what I'm going to ask you to do, folks. I'm going to ask you to make sure that they know we will always remember. By your applause, please put your hands together and let our World War II vets know they will never be forgotten. Now have your cameras ready. This is the pretty pass, the photo pass, sometimes referred to as the banana pass. But basically what RT Dixon is doing now is making sure you leave here with a great shot or video of this beautiful historic P-51 Mustang. Coming from the right, it'll be low, sparkly, and fast. Brings a tear to your eye, it really does. It's just great to see it
Beautiful
fly.
aircraft.
So now, ladies and gentlemen, they're going to form up. And as they form up, Morgan Freeman is going to share with us the story of the Tuskegee Airmen.
The southern coast of France near Toulon, August 12, 1944. 16 American P-51 fighters streaked toward the French harbor city. Their mission? Strafe German radar positions along the coast. In the coming days, Allied troops were set to hit the beaches in Operation Dragoon, the liberation of southern France. Their mission was perilous, yet it was imperative. More than 150,000 troops on hundreds of ships would soon be approaching the coast. The radar installations had to be destroyed. The P-51 screamed toward that target. Flashes of red anti-aircraft fire appeared from the cliffs below. The P-51s were in for a fight, and it would take all of their skill to survive. The pilots of the 332nd Fighter Group were indeed skilled and experienced. They had to be. Their story began 3 years earlier, when 13 recruits reported for training in Tuskegee, Alabama. To date, no black man had been allowed to serve as a pilot in the United States military, a policy they were determined to change. Training was intense, and the men welcomed it. They knew they were making history. A new unit was formed, the 99th Pursuit Squadron, better known as the Tuskegee Airmen, the first African-American combat pilots in U.S. history. They were ordered to North Africa, where they supported the invasion of Italy and Sicily. They were joined by 3 new squadrons forming the 332nd Fighter Group. By the launch of Operation Dragoon, the Tuskegee Airmen were seasoned combat pilots. In attack formation, the P-51s began their strafing run. Bringing up the vulnerable rear position was 22-year-old Alexander Jefferson, who was already flying his 19th combat mission. Jefferson let loose a burst of fire, flying no more than 50 feet above his target. Suddenly, the plane shook with a loud blast. Fire and smoke filled the cockpit as he saw a giant hole in the canopy above, flames licking his boots from the fire below. The P-51 inverted at about 800 feet, and Jefferson was thrown from the plane. Seeing the plane crash into flames, his comrades reported Lieutenant Jefferson killed in action, news his parents would receive soon after. Falling from the sky, Lieutenant Jefferson immediately opened his chute. Hitting the ground, he looked up to find a rifle in his face. In German, a soldier said to him, "Yes, Lieutenant, for you, the war is over." After interrogation, Jefferson was moved to the infamous Stalag Luft III, the prison camp for Allied air officers. There, he was drafted by a group of white prisoners to bunk with them. They could tell from the color of his skin he could not be a German spy. It was a welcome change for the young officer. In time, the prisoners of Room 8, Block 128 grew closer. They had come from all backgrounds. A few guys from the South, a few from Brooklyn, a Jewish man. Lieutenant Jefferson passed the time drawing and eventually made a coat of arms for his bunkmates. Semper in excretia was their motto, always in excrement. In the spring of 1945, as Russian forces advanced on Germany, the prisoners were marched west to another camp. On April 29, 1945, American tanks arrived at the gates. Thousands of American prisoners were liberated, Alexander Jefferson among them. On June 7th, a ship ferrying victorious American troops steamed into New York Harbor. Brothers in battle hugged while singing at the top of their lungs. Spirits rose even higher as they passed the Statue of Liberty and pulled into dock. They were home. A jubilant Alexander Jefferson stepped from the ship. Then he heard the order. The returning Americans, the victors of World War II, were to be segregated. White men to one side, black men to the other. A bit of Lieutenant Jefferson's joy was lost. Some battles had yet to be won. After the war, the legend of the Tuskegee Airmen grew. The military was eventually desegregated and new heroes emerged, dedicated to ensuring that America become the best version of itself. Their struggle, and our continued American struggle, was inspired by a pioneering band of brothers who more than 75 years ago took to the skies and demonstrated that self-evident truth, that all men are created equal.
Morgan Freeman with the story of the Tuskegee Airmen, who we, of course, honor here today, and our World War II vets. Lieutenant Colonel Jefferson, a street name for him, a hero, who left us at the age of 100 last month, buried yesterday. And of course, these aircraft flew over the ceremony, and then here to help us honor him and the Tuskegee Airmen as well.
Now coming in from the left, AT-6 Texan and the P-51 Mustang.
You know, Dan, we're getting comments as we broadcast around the world live on Live Airshow TV, and you got just the most heartwarming one.
We do know right now, watching on the live stream on Airshow Live TV, are a number of the residents of the Michigan Veteran Home, which is just kind of a 2-3 miles from the front gate here, and is actually on the property that once upon a time was the off-base housing here. For all the veterans watching at the Michigan Veterans Home, thank you, and we salute you for your service.
Outstanding. They're all gathered around the big screen there watching it. And of course, Lieutenant Colonel Jefferson on the big screen here down to the left, if you want to know what this hero looked like. As we remember him here this weekend, there he is. And of course, we're going to recover these aircraft now and then move into our lunch break, picking things up again at 1 o'clock with the Golden Knights. So watch now as the AT-6 recovers, and then RT Dixon will bring back the P-51. And I will remind you, of course, taught to fly by a Tuskegee Airman. Back in 1995, Ralph Mason taught Dr. Brian Smith to fly, and Brian at the controls of this AT-6 as he brings it back down to the ground, and one Lieutenant Colonel Jefferson actually taught students in right here at Selfridge. And then RT Dixon to recover the P-51 Mustang. Beautiful.
T-6 Texan is one of the aircraft that's on display. Not this one. There's another T-6 that is on display at the Selfridge Military Air Museum. One of more than 30 aircraft that are on display there. Selfridge Military Museum not open this weekend. We kind of got a little something else going on here this weekend. But any weekend during the summer months, you can go out to the Selfridge Military Air Museum. There's a Jeep that the kids can sit in. There's a couple of cockpit simulators the kids can sit in. And it's just a great opportunity to go over there and learn about the history of the men and women who've served here at Selfridge, including our Tuskegee Airmen.
And next to recover the P-51, speaking of cockpits to get a hero shot taken in, Maverick, the Top Gun Maverick movie has been such a phenomenal success. Dewey Larson is here with his experience. He has a cockpit from a Hornet painted up exactly as Maverick's aircraft from the movie. He's got the helmet too. P-51 just recovering now from the right. And you can go get a hero shot taken over there with the experience he has set up. He's got Maverick's helmet and a whole bunch of other things. And that's a great shot to share on social media. And you'll jump in on the Top Gun Maverick celebrations. During our break too at lunch, speaking of the Navy and, well, the Growler in this case, another version of the Hornet will be departing. And we're going to pick things up though as far as the air show goes after lunch at 1 o'clock this afternoon.
As we're watching the P-51 taxi in, it's a good opportunity to remember it's not just the pilot that's sitting in the aircraft. It's the entire support crew that's behind that aircraft, keeping it maintained, keeping it flying. And a lot of people out here working today, making sure the air show is safe, that the food is available and the trash is picked up and the security is dealt with. Our great men and women from the 127th Security Forces, defenders who are keeping the base safe and being assisted today by the military police from the Michigan Army National Guard. We thank them for all the work they're doing at the entry control points. Of course, the Selfridge Fire Department, part of the 127th Civil Engineer Squadron. And I want to mention too the airmen of the 127th Communications Flight, the Transmission Systems Shop. They're the ones that are keeping us on the air and on this broadcast. And they are Master Sergeant Heather Bell, Tech Sergeant Justin Davis, Airman First Class Dania Lobert, Senior Airman Nathan Hammond, Tech Sergeant Craig Lowe, and Mr. Darrell Fisher. So great to see some of the young airmen that are out here working their first air show, learning how to turn those dials and knobs, and just doing a great job.
I have to say, we really do have to thank them, because they're keeping us plugged into the system and through live air show TV. And that is no small feat. There has to be 10 miles of wire up here that they have sorted out, all these plugs and all of that. No one's gotten a shock or anything. And it's not only going out on the FM signal to those outside in the parking lots and whatnot, and out in the boats behind us, out on the lake, but also for live air show TV.
As we're getting ready to watch these F-18s move into position,
yep, the Hornets are getting ready to go.
In the Delta lot, there is a silver Jeep that is running, reported by one of our security forces personnel. Silver Jeep running in the Delta lot.
Want to remind you too that the A-10s over in the display area around the corner and way back at the back are about to do a loading demonstration where they arm them. They're going to load them up, but the two that when you had him in the water? Oh, God!
Wow.
And I believe we're getting one more from them as they get ready to head on home. Coming around one more time and then their departure. We're going to send them off in style here as they come back around this one more time. Naval aviators, able to find a pitching deck on an aircraft carrier in the middle of the ocean in any kind of weather. And happy to have the Growlers with us here this weekend as they turn around and we say goodbye to them. We'll salute all members of the Navy joining us here this weekend. Well, you'll be able to spot the members of the Navy because as the theme, of course, is being played their march, they'll be standing up right now, proud as can be. And as far as Hornets go here, we want to remind you that the Royal Canadian Air Force Hornet demonstration team is here, although they've managed mechanicals on both of their aircraft. They're here in the static display area, and they are over during the lunch break right now talking to people about the airplane. And that's it for the first part, Dan.
Hey, thanks everyone who's been a great part of the show so far. All of our pilots and our air crew and ground crew support personnel just putting on a phenomenal demonstration of flying this morning, and so much more to come. As we head into the break of the flying time, this is a great time to get out, check out those static displays. The Michigan Air National Guard, they're hiring. Come and work with me. It's the best job I've ever had, and we'd love to have you come out and be a part of the Air National Guard. Or if your preferences run towards the Army or the Border Patrol, the Navy, they're all out here. They all have something to offer. Want to mention real quick, too, that giant American flag out at Show Center. If you become separated from your party, that is the place to go. That giant American flag, there's an information tent under the flag, and that is the place to go for children who lose their parents.
And I will address, too, the folks watching around the world right now, and especially the veterans over in the home.
At the Michigan Veterans Home in Chesterfield Township. Thanks so much for being part of our presentation today.
And we're going to pick things up again at 1 o'clock. But if you're watching on live airshow TV around the world, and yesterday, by the way, thousands. It's just been outstanding coverage. We'll say goodbye for now, and Dan and I will be back and the rest of our flying display starting at 1 o'clock with the Army Golden Knights. And ladies and gentlemen, we are positioning aircraft for our Part 2 afternoon displays. So you will see some of the A-10s from right here at Selfridge taking off, the KC-135 taking off as well, as we position some aircraft now for our afternoon portion of the air show, and the Golden Knights will be taking off shortly as well. And the U.S. Army Golden Knights taking off right now to climb to over 2 miles above us to jump out of this perfectly working airplane and get things underway at 1 o'clock when we pick up our air show Part 2 after lunch. keep your eyes straight out and a little to the right, you'll see that Canadian-built Dash 8 that they're about to jump out of. Well, you got to jump out at 1 o'clock, but what's going to come out of the airplane as they fly right over the drop zone, the Golden Knights are going to throw their wind drift indicators out. They look like ribbons in the sky, but I don't like using the word ribbons when it comes to, or streamer rather, when it comes to jumpers, because that's the word they use for a bad shoot. So the wind drift indicator is what it's called, and there they are. Now, if they drop down here amongst you, do not fear them. They will not hurt you, but you could get hurt trying to get them. And the wind can change direction at different altitudes. So here's the deal. If they seem to be coming back toward you over the fence line, don't cross the fence to get them and don't run to get them. Walk. And it's nothing worse than, it never ends well if you're looking up while running. And we don't want you to bang into one another or anything like that. So just sort of stand still until they hit the ground. And I don't think that's going to happen anyway. They seem to be drifting out. And they are simulating a jumper under canopy. They're being watched by the Golden Knights here on the ground, the drop zone in front of you, and from the aircraft as well. And then they'll add the difference, of course, when they exit the aircraft on their jump run coming up at 1 o'clock. And now they'll continue to climb up to a couple of miles above us where it's not a warm day at all. It's a little windier, and they're going up into the temperatures. It'll be more like winter temperatures. It gets very cold as you climb up into the sky. And there you get a look at how the wind can change as they drift down. And sometimes the wind aloft, of course, it just behaves a little bit differently. They're all the same weight. They're all the same length. And they often make great souvenirs for the kids to have signed, but today they are on the other side of the fence and you can't go out there, but our crews will be going out to gather them up all the same. And we can't wait to hand things over to you, or to them, the Golden Knights, to get things underway in part 2 of our air display starting at 1 o'clock. So there they are, they're just about all down.
Good day and welcome. My name is Brigadier General Rolf Maumann, the commander of the 127th Wing here at Selfridge Air National Guard Base. I'd like to welcome you to Selfridge, where we're going to celebrate the next 100 years of combat aviation here in your local community with our air show and open house. In the Air National Guard, we pride ourselves on being a cornerstone of Michigan communities. Our airmen work and live and go to school in our community, and they serve here at Selfridge Air National Guard Base. This is our opportunity to open up our gates and allow you to come in to see what your Air Force does on a daily basis. We have aircraft on static display, which you can look, and some of them you can actually crawl through, and others will be flying to show you the awesome combat power that we deliver on a daily basis. I'd like to also ask all of you to stop by our STEM hangar. There you'll get to see how innovation is going to be driving our combat power as we move out into the future. Now that you got to see what we do here at your hometown Air Force here at Selfridge Air National Guard Base, if you're interested, come please join us. We'd love to have you as part of the team. Again, welcome to Selfridge Air National Guard Base and enjoy the show.
Summer 2017 marks 100 years of service at Selfridge Air National Guard Base. Let's take a look at one page from the logbook of Selfridge history
Aircraft
and
just
heritage.
taking off now is the KC-135
The grandson and nephew of
Stratotanker. That's
19th
one of
century
the
admirals,
U.S. Air Force
Thomas
assets
E.
that operates
Selfridge
here
Jr.
at Selfridge Air National
graduated
Guard
from the
Base,
U.S. Military
flown by
Academy
the
at West Point
171st Air
in the same
Refueling
year the
Squadron,
Wright brothers
and
first took
maintained
flight
by
at Kitty
the
Hawk,
men and women of the
1903.
191st Maintenance Group.
After joining an experimental flying group
KC-135
organized
has
by
about a
famed telephone
15-year
inventor
history
Alexander
here
Graham
as part of the
Bell,
127th
Selfridge
Wing,
was assigned
and
by
it
the
is,
Army to
as
test
we
a
said,
Wright
flown
brothers
and
flyer
maintained by your
at Fort
friends and
Myer,
neighbors
Virginia.
in the 127th
The first
Wing.
military officer ever to fly an aircraft and to design one as well. Selfridge was flying as a passenger with Orville Wright on September 17, 1908, when the plane crashed, leaving Selfridge as the world's first fatality of an airplane crash. 9 years later, a new military airfield in Michigan would be named in his honor.
morning. I'm Lieutenant Colonel Steve Hay, 127th Logistics Readiness Squadron Commander, Selfridge Air National Guard Base, Michigan. I'm going to give you your tour of Hangar 9. First, we have a classroom that can be used for general office space or classroom, or can be converted. It also sections off, so you can use it for 2 different classrooms should the need be there. It's a little large facility, so we're going to be moving up to our next area. What we have here is some general office space as well. We currently use that for a processing facility, but we also have 3 small offices back here and 1 large office in the corner. Next up is we have our small classroom, about half the size of the first classroom that we just showed you, but obviously it fits its purpose as well. Moving right along, we're going over to our next area. That's open storage, 7,000 square feet. We currently use this for mobility processing. We have customers here. We continue to do business. Things I want to identify here is the fact that the bins are actually empty right now. We're putting in new, up-to-date Space Sabres, and we'll be actually moving the mobility gear back in here. This could also be used for maintenance-type hangar space. Those doors back there do open and do move. Direct access to the flight line. Moving over to the next side. All of our office space here is 2 stories. We do have an elevator to accommodate that, should the need arise. This is our larger floor plan that we have for open space, and it's roughly 10,000 square feet of floor space itself. But we also have the mezzanine for storage up here. There's also a large armory for weapons under here, and we have the additional office space here. Out of this 10,000 square feet and the 7,000 square feet of combined floor space, this entire facility is roughly 40,000 square feet, which will be taken up by things such as the mezzanine and the the office space upstairs. Down on this lower level, there's 7 office spaces there. 1 room is big enough for training as well. On the upper level, we have 10 classrooms, or 10 offices, my mistake, and 1 break room in the back. Just a quick look at our office space that we do have available. We have 2 offices that have a direct view of the flight line where the jets would sit, so that's always a good thing. We also have the ability to process classified in the office behind you. One last look at our large space for, obviously, aircraft maintenance would probably be the ideal situation there. You do have the armory, the mezzanine for storage. You have direct access to the flight line. You have direct access to the base proper. I'm Steve Hay, the 127th LRS Commander, Selfridge Air National Guard Base, Michigan, and we look forward to having you.
That's good. How do you feel?
Summer 2017 marks 100 years of service at Selfridge Air National Guard Base. Let's take a look at one page from the logbook of Selfridge history and heritage. At the time, they were known as the 332nd Fighter Group, the 403rd Fighter Squadron, and the 96th Service Group. Today, we more commonly refer to them as the Tuskegee Airmen, a group of African American aviation pioneers who, despite harsh institutional discrimination, served their country with great distinction during World War II. A group of these airmen served at Selfridge during the Second World War, and the history at the Michigan base is filled with stories of ugly bigotry, including the shooting of a quote-unquote colored enlisted man by the base commander, shot only based on the color of his skin. Despite these and other hardships, the dedicated service of the Tuskegee Airmen during the war ultimately led to the complete desegregation of the armed forces after World War II. Summer 2017 marks 100 years of service at Selfridge Air National Guard Base. Let's take a look at one page from the logbook of Selfridge history and heritage. The 1920s and 30s, the years between World Wars I and II, were busy times at Selfridge Field. Two future chiefs of staff of the Air Force served here then, Carl Spaatz and Curtis LeMay, along with scores of other future generals, helping the base to gain the nickname Home of the Generals. Numerous firsts were accomplished at the base during this era, including the Air Force's first operational use of liquid oxygen and fuel drop tanks. Selfridge Airmen also launched the first so-called Arctic Patrol, a midwinter flight along the U.S.-Canadian border to prove the viability of military aircraft in cold weather conditions. The activities of the interwar years sealed Selfridge's position as one of America's great centers of military aviation excellence.
We understand an upside-down world. We understand a rogue virus, zero jobs, and stratospheric tuition. But they're writing us off before we get to the starting line. A stalled generation? Not so fast. Who do you think is gonna fix all this? We will. We will because our future is the future. Because the life we have chosen has prepared us for this moment in history. So we're going to build bridges and hospitals in a day. We're going to save families from disaster and feed those left in the cold. We're going to do all this and more because we have an appointment with destiny. We invite you to join us. The next greatest generation is now.
Summer 2017 marks 100 years of service at Selfridge Air National Guard Base. Let's take a look at one page from the logbook of Selfridge history and heritage. At the height of the Cold War, the nation lived in fear of a nuclear attack. Could Soviet Union bombers fly over the North Pole and attack the industrial heartland of America? The airmen and soldiers of Selfridge stood at the ready, the last line of the nation's defense. The base was the hub for a series of anti-aircraft missiles that ringed the Detroit region, and Selfridge fighters stood on 24-hour alert, ready to repel any attack from the sky. More than 80 times in the Cold War, Soviet bombers and Selfridge fighters would meet over the northern reaches of Canada as each side tested the other's capabilities. Fortunately for all involved, this story ends without a shot being fired.
The Shooting Star was our first operational jet fighter, flew in 1944. They had a squadron in Europe before the war ended, but never saw combat. When the war broke out, it was our frontline fighter and ground attack aircraft, first jet responsible for shooting down another jet. Even the two-seaters in Korea flew photo recon and ground attack missions, which were still designated TF-80s. And then at the end of the war, they redesignated T-33. And even when the T-37 replaced it, it continued to serve in the U.S. till 1999 as a aggressor squadron or instrument currency or gun platform. So it has a big history. Kelly Johnson, I don't think he built a bad airplane. When I was little, my father's a musician, and nobody in my family ever flew, and I don't know where I got the bug from. But when I was 3, that's all I wanted to do. I'm gonna be a pilot. And I had a lot of people tell me I couldn't do it, and I just kept plugging away. And even when I bought this, my friends are like, only rich people can fly jets at air shows. And you know what? If there's a will and a passion, and you follow it, you can achieve your dreams. And I like to tell. Just spread that to the kids and everything else. And I've actually had last year a couple kids came up to me that just got their private license, and they said that I inspired them to do it. So it's a good feeling. And I just love flying and sharing it with people. I always tease my friends at work that when I'm working, I hate pilots. But yeah, no, it's good. I understand what the guy's doing in the cockpit when I'm working traffic, and when I'm flying through, I understand what the guy when somebody's busy, or I understand what the guy on the ground's doing. And so actually I try and help them out when I'm going cross country. If I hear pilots miss readbacks or, them miss something, I'll speak up and go, hey, United read that back wrong or whatever. Well, I started off, I have a lot of energy, if you ask any of my friends, and I started off as Ritalin and OCD and all those acronyms, but I always seemed to know somebody when somebody needed something, like the right person to call. And one day he just said, hey, you're wired now, because you're connected and energy has dual meaning. As a young child, one of my favorite planes was a Shooting Star, P-80, F-80, and the T-33 is essentially an F-80 or P-80. And besides that, Wonder Woman flew it, so how could you go wrong there, So I flew a friend's T-33, and I instantly knew I had to have one. But we need to inspire the kids. Like Chuck Aaron was telling me, you know what, if he can get a kid to pursue engineering and improve the design of things so more helicopters can do loops and rolls, and I think going to a show and inspiring these kids to do better and everything it'll all help out. Like the Blue Angels always say, I'm happy to be here and I'm happy to get to fly all these shows, and I've been the #1 booked solo warbird act in the country the last 4 years, and I think it's mainly because the T-33 makes it easy to look good.
And just a heads up for your dining pleasure here during our noon hour. We're about 15 minutes, a little under that, before we turn things over to the Golden Knights and pick up our air show for part 2. But Dean is going to take the F-100 home. So he's getting ready to take off. Our air boss, George Klein, just talking to Dean. The F-100 about to take off and say goodbye.
I grew up a military brat. My dad was a C model pilot in the Air Force, so grew up around Air Force bases and aviation my entire life, and then honestly kind of stumbled with myself into ROTC when I was in college. and then found the pilot community and the aviation community challenging, so applied for it, got it, and I've been in for about 9 years. No, I'm not like most fighter pilots out there that wanted to be a fighter pilot since they were 3 years old, but kind of stumbled my way in, but been loving it ever since. I've been to, a handful as a kid. I remember going to see the Blue Angels when I was in college in Tuscaloosa, and then I've been to air shows here and there when I was at Langley, going out to either catch a jet at Oshkosh or for the Langley Air Show, but not a ton, honestly. I'd have to ask my dad, he probably remembers. I was probably this small, and no, not really, but like I said, been around it forever. Oh, the story I can tell? My last name. Easy. People always ask, can you see through the jet? Can you see through your body? You can with the 6 external cameras that you can see around the outside of the jet, so that's pretty cool. Just that technology to have that video and be able to look down and see the ground. That's the coolest part, but honestly, the stealth technology is what we make our bread and butter. Getting in further, undetected, and be able to shoot people before they even see us. That's kind of what we're made to do. What's the power like? It's one huge 40,000-pound thrust engine out the back. What's awesome is that, we, what they call jump the tubes, the maintainers, put on a little bunny suit, jump inside, and one of our maintainers can actually stand up inside the intake. That's how giant that motor is. Super powerful, work quickly at a 1-to-1 thrust ratio after takeoff, so makes it a little bit easy. Graduated from Alabama. About a month later, I was entered active duty and went to Laughlin Air Force Base, started pilot training. About a year later, graduated out of that after flying the T-6 and the T-38, and then went to F-22 training down at Tyndall for about 8 months, and then went to Langley Air Force Base for 3 years flying the F-22, and then F-35s transitioned in 2017 to Hill Air Force Base. Favorite airplane? Honestly, this one right now. It is literally the most advanced, even more advanced than the F-22. We just learned so much through that airplane, and it's all integrated into this one. So it's awesome to be flying literally the newest fighter out there that we have. All the things that you don't see that go on the inside of this jet, the computers, the sensors that are all internal, and all of that fused onto literally one giant touchscreen display for me makes my life so much easier and makes everybody so much more lethal, even our young guys straight out of pilot training.
Hi, I'm Senior Airman Light, or also known as Care Bear. I'm part of the 127th Medical Group as an aerospace medical technician. My duties as an aerospace medical technician is patient care, such as drawing blood, giving shots. I also review medical clearances for AGRs or transfers. My strong passion is helping others in need and medical field. I've always wanted to be a doctor when I was little, and joining the Air Force, I can do both. My biggest memory in the Air Force so far is going to Italy. We got to help out with the Afghan refugees, got to hang out with all the kids. I love the kids. This will be my first air show. My job duty is a roving escort on Saturday and Sunday. Hope you have a good time at the air show. This is the first air show in 5 years. Stay hydrated.
Well, welcome back, and those watching on the worldwide live stream right now with Live Air Show TV, we welcome you back to the broadcast as well. I have had approximately 10.5 pounds of barbecue, so I'm just going to settle down here on top of the truck as long as it still supports me, and we hope you've had a great lunch, but we are getting ready.
Well, it's definitely time to settle in and enjoy some great afternoon air demonstrations. Right up out of the chute here is going to be United States Army Golden Knights parachute team demonstrating some of the capability that our airborne soldiers bring to the fight.
So we include the Army, we include all the services here. Border Patrol, of course, Customs and Border Patrol coming up in this segment too. A more historic aircraft, the Skyhawk, the A4, the Scooter is going to be demonstrated. 127th Wing demonstration, the 4 A-10s you saw take off earlier, and the KC-135 in a great scenario. Also the Checkmate Jet Team coming up, the C-17 demonstration, the United States Coast Guard Search and Rescue, and of course the F-22 Raptor demonstration team to finally close things off this afternoon. So a lot of flying still ahead, Dan.
It's been a great day so far here at Selfridge Air National Guard Base. Reminder to everybody to stay hydrated. If you need to connect with some people underneath that giant American flag, that's the reconnection zone there. There's an information tent under the flag, so that's the place to go if you need to if you get separated from your party.
So in just a few moments, and we're keeping our eye high above, a couple of miles up above us right now, as the Army Golden Knights are getting ready to jump and depart that aircraft in the thrilling manner that they do. Shortly we'll be handing things over to Justin, and he'll be telling you all about that. In the meantime, some quick resets for safety messages. Stay hydrated is the big one for health and safety. The lost and found, as you mentioned, is under the big American flag, but I'm starting to see some birds show up, Dan. That's not a good idea.
Yeah, we definitely need your help with policing all the trash. Make sure your trash ends up in a waste receptacle, because the birds, they see that trash, they think it's food, they come down. And I'll tell you something, birds and airplanes do not mix.
Not at all.
Bird gets sucked into an engine. It's terrible for the birds, and not so great for the aircraft or the people who are on the aircraft as well.
And by the way, our jumper is out, so we're going to turn things over now as you look high above to the U.S. Army Golden Knights.
created initially to save a pilot's life. As he jumped from his disabled aircraft, parachuting has evolved through modern aviation technology to become the extreme sport of the 21st century. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Staff Sergeant Justin Brenner, originally from Makakilo, Hawaii. I will describe for you today a demonstration of precision freefall as performed by members of your United States Army parachute team, the Golden Knights. At this time, members of the Gold demonstration team are circling high overhead and our distinctively painted C-147 aircraft at an altitude of 12,500 feet. The jump master is actually looking out the left door of the aircraft. His head is outside in the wind and the cold. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have ever wondered what would happen if a parachute did not work, then watch closely because you are about to find out. The jumper is out and has ignited his smoke as he glides to his opening point. This jumper is wearing 3 parachutes instead of the 2 we normally wear. He will open his first parachute much higher than normal and intentionally cause it to malfunction. Please do not be alarmed when this first parachute begins to streamer. There is absolutely no danger to the jumper. This is our only solo maneuver, yet one of our most exciting. Watch closely for a black and gold canopy to inflate. This is a perfectly good parachute and can be landed. However, the jumper will reach up and release one side of the parachute, causing it to malfunction. The jumper is now accelerating earthwards at speeds in excess of 90 miles per hour. It would be impossible for this jumper to survive a landing under this parachute, so he must release it completely, return to free fall, and open his main parachute. This is the same procedure a free fall parachutist would use if he were to have a problem with his main parachute. The reserve or auxiliary parachute used by the Golden Knights are also flexible wing gliders, such as the one you see now. However, there are some differences. It is white in color and slightly smaller in wing surface area, with a much greater forward speed of up to 30 miles per hour. This enables the jumper to make it back into any tight situation, such as a downtown intersection or major league stadium. While each of the jumpers will repack his or her own main parachute, a certified parachute maintenance technician must repack the reserve every 180 days, whether it is used or not. The released parachute you see floating earthward will be recovered, untangled, and hooked up to use again. If it does float toward you, please do not attempt to catch or retrieve it. Our recovery team is on its way. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's make some noise as our jumpers bring it into the target area. It takes a great deal of concentration to land dead center on the target. The jumper focuses all his concentration on the windsock, then once on final approach, shifts his attention to a small black dot on the center of the target. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise as our first jumper just landed dead center on that target. Unlike the military jet teams, the United States Army parachute team is comprised mostly of non-commissioned officers. The 89 men and women of the Golden Knights come from various jobs throughout the Army to spend 3 years in one of the 5 major sections of the team. The Administrative Support section contains the Office of Command, Operations, Logistics, Parachute Maintenance, and Media Relations. Our Aviation section flies and maintains our 2 C-147 and 3 UV-18 Viking Twin Otters. Our Competition section contains the 4-wave freefall formation team. Our Tandem section provides tandem parachute jumps for selected VIPs. Finally, we have 2 demonstration teams. Since the colors of the Army are gold and black, so are the name of our team. The team performing for you today is the Gold Demonstration Team. These specially selected airborne soldiers demonstrate their skills each year to millions of spectators, compete in national and international parachuting competitions, assist in the development of new techniques and equipment, and are considered the finest parachuting team in the world. Since conception, we have performed in all 50 states and 46 foreign countries, and have produced hundreds of national champions and more than 100 world champions. Now, ladies and gentlemen, looking back overhead, you may notice our high-performance canopies. These parachutes are less than 100 square feet in surface area and can achieve speeds of over 80 miles per hour. Due to the small size of these parachutes, our high-performance canopy pilots must be extremely precise with their movements. Ladies and gentlemen, let's make some noise as they bring it lower to the target area for those beautiful spirals in the sky. As they near the target area, they will slow down their parachutes to set up for accuracy. Once in position, they'll stop their parachutes with what is known as the bump. Now watch, as they pull down on the front part of their parachutes, and once they start spiraling down, they'll gain more and more speed with each consecutive spiral. Now let's hear it as he flies just inches above the ground at highway speeds. And again for our next canopy pilot as he demonstrates the high-performance landing. Ladies and gentlemen, in a matter of minutes, members of the Gold Demonstration Team will demonstrate one of the many mass formations possible while in free fall. The jumpers are out and the smoke is on. The initial part of the formation is called the base, and it forms quickly as the initial jumpers fly their bodies together while interlocking their arms and legs to form the nucleus of the formation. The remaining jumpers set up slightly above and outside of the formation, awaiting the team leader's call. At 9,000 feet, the team leader gives a thumbs up, signaling the outside jumpers to fly to the base. The formation continues to fly at 120 miles per hour as the free fall photographer circles the formation. As the formation hits 4,000 feet, the team leader signals all the jumpers to perform our bomb burst maneuver. Watch for the parachutes. There you have the high-flying black and gold of your United States Army parachute team, the Golden Knights. This is our salute to all of you attending today's show. Moments ago, these jumpers were nearly 2 miles overhead. Thanks in part to the advanced aerodynamic design of these Ram Air parachutes, the jumpers are able to safely overcome the variability of the wind and land in such a small target area. At 1,000 feet, the jumper does what is called a wind penetration check, checking his distance and speed across the ground. He then flies a downwind leg, a base leg 90 degrees to the target, then faces into the wind for a final approach. Makes some noise as he brings it over the target for a pinpoint landing. To become a Golden Knight, each individual must first achieve 75 free fall parachute jumps, be enlisted in the Army, and have a clean military and civilian record prior to applying to the annual Golden Knight Assessment and Selection. During assessment and selection, individuals are evaluated for 8 weeks on character traits including teamwork, discipline, dedication, and attention to detail. During this time, they will conduct rigorous physical training and execute on average of 10 free fall jumps per day. Each year, the Golden Knights fly south for the winter in Homestead, Florida, to conduct 2 months of intensive training. During this time, thousands of cumulative free fall parachute jumps are executed to prepare jumpers for everything from high-speed maneuvers to mass formations, and from night operations to pinpoint canopy piloting accuracy. Jumpers hone their skills to overcome any tricky situation the upcoming show season might bring. Now, ladies and gentlemen, looking overhead, it would appear that 2 canopies have become entangled, but that is not the case. Please watch as our crew formation brings in the downplane. Now listen closely, you may have just heard the command to brake. If you thought landing 1 parachute was hard, watch as the next 2 jumpers bring in our next 2 parachutes for 2 simultaneous landings. There's 1 and 2 beautiful soft stand-up landings. Ladies and gentlemen, if you would like more information about opportunities available to you in today's modern Army, please visit goarmy.com. Or if you would like to follow us and get an inside look of what these jumps look like from our perspective, you can follow us at Army Golden Knights or at GK Gold Team. The United States Army Parachute Team was formed in 1959 at the home of the Airborne, Fort Bragg, North Carolina. At that time, the team consisted of 19 original members. Each was selected to assist in the development of modern parachuting techniques, to provide world-class competition parachutists, and to perform live aerial demonstrations in support of Army public relations and recruiting. In 1961, we were designated the Army's official aerial demonstration unit, and 1 year later adopted our nickname, the Golden Knights. As the last of the jumpers removed their equipment and donned the distinctive maroon beret of today's modern paratrooper, I would like to introduce the jumpers. But first, performing the difficult duties of ground control, From Decatur, Illinois, he is an airborne logistics specialist with 4,493 free fall parachute jumps, Sergeant First Class John Clevenger. From Sunnyvale, California, he is an airborne explosive ordnance disposal technician with 675 free fall parachute jumps, Staff Sergeant Devin Diaz. Performing the difficult duties of free fall photographer from Harrisonburg, Virginia, he is an airborne infantryman with 1,464 free fall parachute jumps, Sergeant Mark Pierce. And now for the jumpers. From Los Angeles, California, he is an airborne infantryman with 800 free fall parachute jumps, Sergeant First Class Rafael Torres. From Shelby, North Carolina, he is an airborne parachute maintenance technician with 1,443 free fall parachute jumps, Sergeant First Class Houston Creech. From Orange, California, he is an airborne infantryman with 1,252 free fall parachute jumps, Sergeant First Class Ty Kettenhofen. From Miami, Florida, he is an airborne ranger with 3,326 free fall parachute jumps, Staff Sergeant Dan Gerlach. From Dallas, Texas, he is an airborne infantryman with 751 free fall parachute jumps, Staff Sergeant Griffin Mueller. From Kealikekua, Hawaii, he is an airborne medic with 789 free fall parachute jumps, Sergeant Daniel McKeon. From Weiden, Germany, he is an airborne satellite systems operator with 2,721 free fall parachute jumps, Sergeant First Class Dominic Perry. From Daytona Beach, Florida, he is an airborne infantryman with 920 free fall parachute jumps, Sergeant First Class Chad Rudabaugh. Leading the Golden Knights in free fall, he is the team leader for the Gold Demonstration Team. From Houston, Texas, he is an airborne parachute maintenance technician with 2,357 free fall parachute jumps, Sergeant First Class Jesse Robbins. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to present the Gold Demonstration Team for the 2022 Air Show season. All members of your United States Army Parachute Team, the Golden Knights. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes our performance for the day. And on behalf of the entire team, I would like to thank each and every one of you for being such a warm and receptive airborne audience. In closing, I leave you with this final thought. In the future, may all of your days be prosperous and your nights golden.
Justin, thank you. The Golden Knights, ladies and gentlemen.
Awesome performance and demonstration by our United States Army, and we're so thankful that the Army could be here and be part of the 2022 Selfridge Open House and Air Show. You know, really, the Golden Knights speaks to teamwork and to partnership. All those soldiers working very closely together. Sometimes just hand signals is their form of communication, and that really speaks to the type of teamwork and partnership that has to exist inside today's United States military.
They say that free fall, when you jump out and you very quickly get to 125 miles an hour terminal velocity, they say the air pushes back on you. Some describe it as feeling like a big giant pillow. And I'll take their word for it. It's not something I've ever had the courage to do, Dan.
However, if you are here and you are interested in becoming an Army airborne soldier, or becoming an airman in the Air Force, a sailor in the Navy, etc., becoming an agent in the Custom and Border Protection, recruiters are standing by. And this is actually a great, listen, it's a low pressure, low threat environment to go over, ask some questions, find out about the benefits, the education benefits. The Customs and Border Protection right now has a hiring bonus for those who make it through their basic training program. It's just a great opportunity to find out how you could become part of Team Selfridge.
And you have this wonderful opportunity this weekend to see how everything works on the base. And of course, including the Army has been a great part of this, but we're including everybody, and especially all of the services represented here at Selfridge, and they have now for some time. So you will see the Customs Border Patrol folks. They're coming up in a few minutes with an amazing display. We also have the 127th Wing still out there with the 4 A-10s, the KC-135. Dan's going to tell you all about that. Checkmate Jet Team coming as well in our afternoon display now, part 2 of the show. The C-17 demonstration from Charleston, the United States Coast Guard and the Search and Rescue demonstration, and then we end it this afternoon with the F-22 Raptor demo as the Golden Knights aircraft now lands, and the rest of the team, they will circulate with you. Please ask them about careers or the swooping that you saw, and a new addition to the shows this year, and an exciting one at that, to see the swoopers coming in as they did at those amazingly fast speeds right here at Show Center. So we really welcome the Army. If you're an Army serving in the Army, or you have served in the Army, this was your moment here, and we thank you for your service. We have lots more still to come, as I mentioned, Dan. Also, with a quick reset before we turn back the hands of time, remember to stay hydrated today. It's a long day in the sun, and we've got lots more to do, so we want to make sure that you're feeling well. If you're not, seek out our volunteers and those in uniform. They'll get you the help you need. Lost and found, you lose something or someone, you go to the big American flag right in the center of the operation. It's pretty easy to find. The building's there, filled with people that can help us with the litter too, so we don't have FOD and we don't have birds, and of course stay on the right side of the fences. Remember to cover up with a UVB protection as well.
So much more to see and do this afternoon. We have that C-17 Globemaster III demonstration that we'll be seeing. That is part of what puts the global into the global reach United States Air Force.
On the takeoff roll right now, history about to take off. Let's listen to this remarkably small and yet powerful jet, the A4 Skyhawk. Do not be fooled by its size, or the fact that it's quiet for now. The Skyhawk is a relatively light aircraft with a maximum takeoff weight of just 24,500 pounds. Has a top speed, though, of 670 miles per hour. For our Canadian friends, that's 1,080 kilometers per hour. It's played a key roles in the Vietnam War, and others too. In 2022, nearly 7 decades after the aircraft's first flight in 1954, some of the 2,960 produced through to 1979 remain in service with the Argentine Air Force and the Brazilians too. And today we have this privately owned A4 Skyhawk flown by Paul Wood as part of the history in our flying display. Quick shakeout of the jet, he's happy with it, and he'll be back on stage in just a moment so that you can see and be impressed and hear the A4 Skyhawk. Beautiful photo pass.
A4 Skyhawk representing the heritage of Navy aircraft here. Of course, about 800 Navy Reserve sailors, citizen sailors that are assigned here at Selfridge Air National Guard Base, Naval Reserve Center, Detroit. As I said, about 800 citizen sailors from around the Metro Detroit area standing by, ready when the fleet needs them. They go out a lot of times in 1s and 2s, so they don't always get the media attention that some of the other units do, but performing an important role serving our United States Navy here from Team Selfridge.
Another fast pass. as the volume increases too with the speed. And imagine a Navy airplane without folding wings. That short delta wing, didn't need them. Did not require the complexity of the wingtip folding, and that saved an estimated 200 pounds for more fuel, for more weapons. And I think by the speed, you can see the nicknames and how they occurred. Scooter is my favorite. Kitty Car, Bantam Bomber, the Tinker Toy Bomber. On the account of its speed, its nimble performance, Heinemann's Hot Rod. The prototype set a world speed record of 695.163 miles per hour back in 1955. Used by the U.S. Navy Blue Angels for years, the awesome capabilities of the Skyhawk demonstrated beautifully here today by Paul. And he's going to turn the volume up with the engine here once again very shortly. The first 500 production examples cost an average $860 grand each, less than the Navy's $1 million maximum at the time. The diminutive Skyhawk soon received the nicknames Scooter and Kitty Car and Bantam Bomber in the list I mentioned before. Few of them remain flying today here in North America, but we're happy that Paul brought one here to help us celebrate its history at Selfridge.
Navy history here at Selfridge goes all the way back to the late 1960s. Wow, look at that awesome performance. As I said, Navy history here at Selfridge goes all the way back to the late 1960s. More than 50 years of service to our nation by the citizen sailors of Naval Reserve Center, Detroit, right here at Selfridge Air National Guard Base.
So from Army to Navy, and we thank all those who've served in the Navy and the Marine Corps, the Air Force, the Coasties coming up a little bit later too, and shortly, Customs and Border Patrol agents with a pretty cool scenario that I think you're going to enjoy. But we're not done with the Skyhawk just yet. Some more beautiful photo passes. Slow it down just a little bit so that you can get it on your phone. Get your video cameras ready as Paul now starts to make it look beautiful in these flybys. Very robust landing gear, of course, on all Navy aircraft, and the long nose wheel on the A4. Having it set up, of course, with the nose high in the air, ready to launch by catapult off the deck of a carrier. And we'll get a nice look at the configuration for landing as Paul comes back around again, slowing that A4 Skyhawk down. a nice close-up look now with the gear down of the A4 Skyhawk. And listen to it, tail hook down as well, beautiful. Low and slow, the Skyhawk. So grateful that these pilots and teams keep these airplanes flying. Again, their legacy, their stories never forgotten. And we owe them a thanks for doing that. It is not a cheap thing to do by any stretch of the imagination. So get your cameras ready. The last pass coming up here shortly, and it's going to look beautiful, and a chance for you to capture it and share it on social media. And don't forget to tag Selfridge Open House.
You might want to tag this one, Fly Navy.
Now, Customs and Border Protection consists of air and marine operations, office field operations, U.S. Border Patrol agents. Scenario you're about to see depicts a smuggler illegally entering U.S. territory, resulting in a vehicle pursuit. That's right, a car chase here today, folks. Multiple attempts to stop the vehicle by land assets will fail. The on-scene agents will request airborne tactical teams to assist with the apprehension in front of you. A UH-60M helicopter responds with additional agents, performed an enforcement stop, insert agents via fast rope, apprehended the subject, and the UH-60 extracts the agents via the fast rope system. So ladies and gentlemen, look out front right now as what is about to begin, the pursuit and the extraction. The bad guy's about to get out of the car and the agents are going to work. K9 with them as well, and watch this dog go to work too as the bad guy gets out of the car.
Watch for that K9 dog that'll come out of one of the border protection cars and go after the bad guy.
Like a missile coming out. Look at it go. It's got him. And I think they're letting him chew on him for a while there. It's just, they've got him. He's apprehended now. And the arrest is being made thanks to the K9. Seriously, that thing was as fast as a Sidewinder missile. That was incredible.
That is a fast dog. We've been watching him for 3 days, and he gets a little faster every day.
You cannot outrun that.
Great Lakes Air and Marine Wing joined the Selfridge family about 15, almost 20 years ago now. A great addition to the Selfridge family. Great Lakes Air and Marine Wing is part of Customs and Border Protection. U.S. Border Patrol's Detroit sector, based here at Selfridge as well. And they really add to the complex nature of what is Selfridge Air National Guard Base, also along with the Coast Guard, part of our Department of Homeland Security, working right alongside our Department of Defense agencies, including here the Air Force and the Army, the Navy and the Marine Corps. It's truly a privilege to be a part of the Selfridge family, and we encourage you to find out how you can become part of the family as well.
Now, of course, you can't climb up a rope back into the helicopter. That's not going to work very well in those hurricane force downwinds right now under the rotating wings of the helicopter. That's how they work.
I'll bet that dog could climb up that rope.
Jump in.
That is super dog.
The rope right now will be used to extract them together, not one at a time, but together. Fast rope system. Now watch as the agents carefully grab hold of that rope, and slowly they direct the crew on board the helicopter to extract the team and take them back. They'll come a little closer to you so you can get a great big, beautiful video or picture of them as well, as the helicopter slowly climbs and gets a little bit of altitude. Once they get the right length of the rope, the agents will climb on board. And there they go, up they go slowly. And they're going to take the long way home, ladies and gentlemen. So they might not be able to hear you underneath all that helicopter, but they can see you. So I'm going to ask that you show some appreciation by giving them a big wave in the air. Customs and Border Patrol, our agents right here at Selfridge. Job well done, and don't forget our canine friend as well. And there they are, folks. Give them a wave for a job well done. It's a lot of trust going on right there, and they got to know one another pretty well, I would think, too, Dan. I would not let go to wave for all the money in the world.
I was just thinking that. I feel kind of almost bad waving at those guys, so I wanted to encourage them to not hold on with both hands.
Hang on.
Once again,
they'll be called in to do this kind of thing for us on our behalf and the nation's behalf at any time. They're well trained and they get the job done. Outstanding.
Once again, to call it an air show is really kind of a misnomer. It's a demonstration of the capabilities that they're able to do on a daily basis. Hey, we're going to see some capabilities from our A-10 Thunderbolt II. They're the Warthogs, flown by the men and women of the 107th Fighter Squadron. They are known as the Red Devils. Hopefully you got a chance to go out and check out the A-10 over on the static display. What are some of the things that the A-10s do? Let me tell you about their last deployment to Afghanistan, which was back in 2019 as the 107th Fighter Squadron. They were there for about 3.5 months, and in that time flew more than 1,000 sorties with the average sortie length 5 hours. That's a lot of time, folks. Be sitting in that cockpit under combat stress situations, so it takes a lot of physical fitness, it takes a lot of mental preparation to be able to do that. During those sorties in 2019, as we mentioned, in 3.5 months, 16,000 rounds of the 30mm gun expended. That's the main weapon system on the A-10, and over 260 precision-guided munitions were expended during that deployment. Our A-10 pilots are known throughout the Air Force as grunts in the sky, and they work very closely with the Joint Terminal Attack Controllers, who are specially trained airmen that are embedded with American and NATO ground troops to provide close air support. It's training, standardization, and versatility that allow A-10 pilots to provide close air support to friendly ground forces anywhere in the world, and truly that is anywhere in the world. Airmen of the 107th Fighter Squadron will now demonstrate right here before you, again, demonstrate the cohesive interaction between Joint Terminal Attack Controllers and A-10 pilots during a close air support scenario. For today's demonstration, a 4-ship of A-10s with the call sign Hog 11 will provide armed overwatch for a small team of forward deployed ground forces. Our Joint Terminal Attack Controller is operating with call sign Freedom 07. We'll call in airstrikes to protect the friendly ground team from any enemy activity that may be posing a threat. Ladies and gentlemen, the next voices you hear will be Hog 11 in the skies and Freedom 7 are JTAC.
Freedom 07, Hog 11. Hog 11, Freedom 07, Charlie, authenticate Alpha, Bravo, sequential. Hog 11, authenticate Charlie. Hog 11, you are cleared into the objective area, proceed west, holding point. You have service at 5,000, you are the only aircraft back. Send fire check-in when able. Hog 11 copies, mission number 107, Bravo 21, 4810, proceeding west hold point, surface to 5,000. Ordnance each aircraft 6 GBU-12s, 2 GBU-54s, laser code 1811 through 14. 7 AGR-20 laser rockets, laser code 1811. 3 AGM-65 Maverick anti-tank missiles, 7 Willie Pete rockets, and 1,150 rounds of 30 millimeter. Each aircraft targeting pod equipped, negative video downlink. Hog 11 flight is standing 1, back 8 quals. We've got 10 minutes of flight time. Request aborts in the clear. How copy? Freedom 07, copies, check in, aborts in the clear. Call ready, situation update, 10 Alpha. Hog 11's ready. 10 Alpha as follows. Threat, small arms, man pass, targets, soft skin vehicles, technical fix, enemy fighting positions. Friendlies, I am co-located with a 3-man scout team located approximately 200 meters east of the runway at Beam and midfield point. Artillery is cold. Clearance authority will be through me, Freedom 07. Ordnance restrictions per 9 line. How copy? Situation update 10 Alpha. Hog 1 copies 10 Alpha. Hog 1-1, we are tracing contacting enemy fire west of our position. Request immediate show of force north and south. Hog 1, copy. Show of force north to south will be in 30 seconds. Hog 1, IP inbound. Hog 1, continue. Hog 1 flight in from the north, show force. Hog 1 flight, continue. Freedom 07, Hog 1, Kelly, multiple enemy fighting positions, 50 meters west of the runway. Freedom 07, copy. Call ready, 9 line Alpha. Hog 1's ready. 9 line Alpha is as follows. Type 2, bomb on target. Lines 1 through 3, NA. Line 4, elevation 580 feet. Line 5, enemy fighting position. Line 6, from your tally. Line 7, no mark. Line 8, east 250 meters and closing. Line 9, egress back to your hold. Call ready, remarks restrictions. Hog 1, remarks restrictions. I need you north to south, all reciprocal with 30 Mike. Keep all effects parallel to the runway. Go with read back. Hog 1 reads back. Line 4, elevation 580 feet. Line 6, my tally. Restrictions north to south, or reciprocal with 30 millimeter. All effects parallel to the runway. Hog 1, that's a good read back. Push immediate, call in with direction. Hog 1. Hog 1, IP inbound. Hog 1, flight continue. Hog 1, in from the north. Hog 1, cleared hot, cleared hot. Hog 2, in from the north. Hog 2, cleared hot, cleared hot. Hog 1-3 is in from the south. Hog 1-3, cleared hot. Ship fire 20 meters south. Hog 1-4 in from the south. Hog 1-4, cleared hot, cleared hot. Hog 1, update line 8 friendlies now east at 95 meters. Danger close. Ground commander's initials Sierra Bravo. Request immediate re-attack. Sabre marks restrictions. Hog 1 copies. Danger close. Hog 1 copies. Danger close. Initial Sierra Bravo. Sabre marks restrictions. Good readbacks. Push immediate. Hog 1 IP inbound. Continue. Hog 1 in from the north. Hog 1 cleared hot, cleared hot. Hog 1-2 in from the north. Hog 1-2 cleared hot, cleared hot. Hog 1-3 is in from the south. Hog 1-3, clear hot, clear hot. Hog 1-4 in from the south. Hog 1-4, cleared hot, cleared hot. Hog 1 flight, good effects, good effects. We are no longer taking fire. Hog 1 copies, no longer troops in contact. Break, Freedom 07, Hog 1 through 1-3 out of playtime. We need to exit the airspace to the east for aerial refueling. Hog 1-4 will remain overhead. Hog 1 copies. Freedom 2, copy all. You're cleared to exit the airspace to the east in your altitude block. Bail damage assessment is as follows. All enemy personnel neutralized. Ground commander's intent met. Mission success. Thanks for the work. Hog 1 copies BDA.
Demonstration of close air support by the 107th Fighter Squadron. We heard some cheering as the last Hog fired the gun and eliminated the small arms fire on the ground. And you should cheer for the United States Air Force 107th Fighter Squadron Red Devils. We're going to get a couple of low passes from one of our A-10s as the other three A-10s are going to go off and form up on a KC-135. Our Red Devils, as we mentioned, one of the oldest flying squadrons in the nation. Originally formed in 1917 to support the effort in World War I, and then reconstituted in 1926 and assigned to the Michigan National Guard. They've been part of the Michigan National Guard since that time in 1926. And flying the A-10 Thunderbolt II, known affectionately as the Warthog. The A-10s have been flying here out of Selfridge since approximately 2009. Multiple deployments with the A-10 for our Red Devils from the 107th Fighter Squadron. As the lone A-10 is getting ready to make a few passes over the field, we'll mention there's an A-10 on static display over in the near the sunscreens out on the parking ramp. The A-10 is a unique aircraft built around the gun. The gun is just a little bit off center line, but the aircraft was built around the gun. It's a 30 millimeter cannon that's in the nose of the aircraft. and the pilot doesn't so much as point the gun at a target, but point the aircraft at a target, and then spits out a bullet that's probably 9 inches or so long, originally designed to kill enemy tanks in the battlefield. So it is the aircraft that you want over the field if you, or more importantly, one of your loved ones is an American soldier or Marine on the ground. And then this serious heavy-duty firepower comes in to support you. A-10 Thunderbolt II. The aircraft is specifically designed to be able to take enemy fire and be able to continue to be in the fight. Every system on the aircraft is redundant, means there's at least 2 of everything. You'll notice a little bit of a unique design in this aircraft in that the engines are actually above the wing. That is done so that it can operate in an austere environment. What if it has to land in an area where there wasn't an opportunity to sweep the runway first? A-10 engines are up high, so there's far, far less chance that some kind of foreign object will be ingested, sucked into those engines. And if you look closely, you'll see that the engines are actually a little bit canted up to even further minimize the potential for damage. Just about 2 weeks ago, A-10s from Selfridge Air National Guard Base intentionally landed and took off from a highway in the Upper Peninsula. We do that, yes, it is hyper cool. It is one of the neatest things you'll ever see if you have an opportunity to see it, but we don't do it because it's cool. We do it because it's an opportunity to show the world that the United States Air Force can project air power from just about any place, anywhere, anytime. We just need a flat piece of land to land on and take off from, and that's what we demonstrated by that highway landing up in the Upper Peninsula. It gives our enemies pause before they begin aggression against the United States and its allies. A-10 Thunderbolt II. So as the A-10 continues its passes over the airfield, the other 3 A-10s went to form up on one of our KC-135 straddle tankers. KC-135, flown by the men and women of the 171st Air Refueling Squadron. They're known as the Michigan Six-Pack. The 171st operates that KC-135, and its primary mission is to be an air refueling platform. We just talked about in a previous deployment, the average time in the cockpit for an A-10 pilot was 5 hours. You don't want to have to go all the way to the battle space and fly all the way back when you need more gas. So we hook up with the KC-135 in the air. The A-10s are able to refuel, A-10s or other friendly aircraft able to refuel, and then very quickly get back into the flight. Coming in from the right will be that KC-135 to the far right of the viewing area. KC-135 with 3 A-10s flying in formation. The center A-10 is formed up behind the boom. The boom is a telescoping feature. It's between 30 and 60 feet long, and that is the connection between the 2 aircraft. The KC-135 filled with extra fuel. You can ask questions when you go over to the static display area. The A-10 is going to receive fuel. They're only about, on average, 45 feet apart and then connected by that boom while they operate in either over this country or wherever it might be in the world that they need to perform combat missions. It's also the way an A-10 can get to Europe or can get to the Middle East. Doesn't have a large enough gas tank to fly on its own. So it flies in formation with a KC-135 like this and is able to cross the Atlantic Ocean safely by performing this maneuver. KC-135, A-10 Thunderbolt II, Hometown Air Force, Selfridge Air National Guard Base. Flying our KC-135 today. The KC-135 has 3 crew members, 2 pilots and 1 enlisted boom operator. Our pilots for today are Major Luke Lukens. He's an instructor pilot here on the KC-135, part of the 171st Air Refueling Squadron. More than 5,000 hours in the air as an Air Force pilot, including 3,000 combat hours. A veteran of over 10 deployments, with 2 meritorious service medals, 26 air medals, aerial achievement medal, and another of other honors as well. Major Lukens at the controls as aircraft commander today. Also flying in the right seat today, Captain Kyle Dinser, an aircraft pilot on the KC-135, 1,400 hours in the KC-135, including more than 230 combat hours, 18 years of total service, and a native of South Lyon, Michigan. He also holds the Air Medal with Combat Device, Air and Space Commendation Medal, and Air and Space Achievement Medal. Our third crew member today is Technical Sergeant Rob Akers. He's our boom operator today on the KC-135, more than 2,500 hours in the aircraft, including more than 500 combat hours as our A-10s come in for a low pass. We talk about how truly Selfridge is our hometown Air Force. Tech Sergeant Akers is a graduate of New Haven High School, which is just a hop, skip, and a jump away here from Selfridge. He also holds the Air Medal with Combat Device and 3 Oak Leaf clusters, Air and Space Achievement Medal, and the Aerial Achievement Medal. And Sergeant Akers has been a member of the Michigan Air National Guard for more than 12 years. A-10 Thunderbolt II, as we mentioned, flown by the men and women of the 107th Fighter Squadron, but they wouldn't be able to do it without the maintenance personnel of the 127th Maintenance Squadron. Those are the men and women that care for these aircraft as if they own them, because they do. 127th Maintenance Squadron, which includes the 127th Aircraft Maintenance Squadron and the 127th Maintenance Squadron. Together they form the maintenance group, and they are the men and women who take care of these aircraft. These aircraft date from the early 1980s, but they continue to fly because of the hard work that's done by our maintenance specialists. And I happen to know right now there's a lot of bonuses available for those who want to enlist and become a maintenance specialist on the A-10. If you are interested, you need to stop by and talk to one of our recruiters and find out what the bonus is today to be a maintenance special on our A-10s. Let's watch as the A-10s come in and land from the right, and then we'll see our KC-135 again.
Checkmate, go. Just outstanding to watch this, that rare opportunity to be this close to seeing 4 of these aircraft in the sky together, and then this massive KC-135 coming into pitch and land, Dan. And a job well done. And to be able to open the doors as we have this weekend, the open house, so you can see what goes on at the base. This is a big part of it. Training that continues, and these aircraft that you see so often in the Selfridge area. As our A-10s, if the speed breaks out now, suddenly the ailerons turn into the brakes. They open like a clamshell, both top and bottom, to slow the jet down. The redundancies you talked about, the left wheel and the right wheel are the same thing. If you break one on the left, you can replace it with there's no right or left when it comes to that. The tails, the same way, the rudders, they can fit on either side. It was well thought out when they designed this airplane. The plane, they just can't kill. How many times have we heard that this will be the end of the A-10, and then they just keep bringing it back because it gets the job done? I mean, there's nothing really better at what it does. The A-10 Thunderbolt II.
Designed for close air support, it continues to be the best aircraft in the inventory for close air support. The A-10 Thunderbolt II, known as the Warthog, and if you look at it from the front, and you look at it just right, you realize that it's an aircraft that only a mother or an airman could love, because it's not the most beautiful aircraft. We talked earlier about the P-51 being the most beautiful aircraft. A-10 might be the ugliest aircraft, but it's a beautiful kind of ugly, and it looks a little bit like a warthog.
The eye of the beholder. And by the way, if the crews from the A-10s come up to you and you offer a handshake and to thank them for their service, and they respond by saying attack, they're not coming at you. Just accept it. That's what they do. And for God's sakes, don't just fall into the fetal position and start to cry. Here comes the KC-135.
KC-135 Stratotanker flown, as I said, by the men and women of the 171st Air Refueling Squadron. 3 personnel on board, the 2 pilots up in front, and then the boom operator is laying on his or her stomach in the back, operating that boom, making the important connection that is able to give the Air Force global reach. This aircraft then maintained by the men and women of the 191st Maintenance Group. And just kind of a beautiful sight as the shadow just passed over us. And it's so wonderful to know that that's one of ours, ladies and gentlemen, when that shadow passes over, as I get a little chills just thinking about it, making sure it is, in fact, one of ours, the KC-135 Stratotanker, known by shorthand as a tanker to most folks. Truly a workhorse in the U.S. Air Force inventory. The KC-135s entered the Air Force inventory in the middle 1950s and continue to fly. Most of the ones here at Selfridge date from the early to mid 1960s. And when you have an aircraft that was launched in the early 60s, it requires some TLC, tender loving care, to keep those aircraft in the air. And that is what is performed by those men and women of the 191st, the maintenance 6-pack, if you will, that operate right here at Selfridge. I've mentioned a lot today about the Selfridge family, and it truly is a family that operates here at Selfridge. So many of our people who work on both the A-10, the KC-135, and then all the support functions, the medical group and the civil engineers, the logisticians from the aerial port, the folks who work making sure we get fed on the weekends when we're out here for our drills, the folks who make sure we get paid. There are so many instances of brothers serving together, mothers and daughters, fathers and sons, 3 generations sometimes that have been here at Selfridge, probably even 4 generations at this point, that have served in the Air National Guard here at Selfridge, and it's an incredible family atmosphere.
Watch as the airplane lines up too. It has its challenges. A long history. This airplane was designed to have much smaller engines on it in size, not just the thrust. The upgrade to the engines meant these bigger, rounder engines, so that restricts the pilot to how much roll he can use. Basically, he has to line up perfectly onto the runway and in crosswinds and stuff, because those big engine nacelles can actually, if he doesn't have it right, touch the ground. So it's got to be lined up perfectly, keep the wings level, get it slowed down too, and convince it to stop flying. And it takes a lot of practice. This is a big airplane too. Dan, it's just a thrill to watch this.
And we mentioned its primary mission is an air refueling platform. So it's basically a flying gas station in the sky where U.S. and allied aircraft can refuel. But it serves a couple of other functions as well. This aircraft can carry approximately 60 to 65 personnel. It can carry a medium to small load of cargo. So if there's 65 personnel on board, all their personal gear and the equipment they're going to need to do to go do their mission. If it's civil engineers, they're going to need all their tools and things. Those can be carried on this aircraft. And then a lesser known, but boy, I'll tell you, is it an important mission, is that our KC-135s, and we've done this mission here at Selfridge, KC-135 can be equipped to fly as an aerial medical platform. What does that mean? Basically, the back of the aircraft can be turned into an intensive care unit. They bring on medical personnel, and so if an American service person, soldier, Marine, airman, sailor, is injured overseas and needs to be medically transported back to the States, this aircraft can perform that special mission. They put a couple doctors and nurses and some medical techs in the back, and I'll tell you what, just knowing that that capability exists in our United States Air Force gives us the confidence that we need to do to be able to go out and do the mission. Ladies and gentlemen, KC-135, 171st Air Refueling Squadron, 191st Maintenance Group.
You were speaking too to the cleanliness of the aircraft, and part of that is, of course, it may be expected to be a medical aircraft at some point, but also the crews just like to keep them that way. You were in in fact, the one in static display is spotless.
Rick, I was in the static display aircraft yesterday. I was in there with a friend and walking through and showing some of the highlights, and that there were some other visitors that were in the aircraft and asked the boom operator who was in there answering questions, said, "Oh, did you guys wax the floor so that it would look like this?" And the answer was no. This is what the floor always looks like. It takes a lot of work to keep that level of maintenance up, but it's because the men and women of the maintenance group, and by extension, the entire 127th Wing, takes that level of ownership with these aircraft. So, I mean, you know, you may not think about an aircraft being washed, but they wash them on a regular basis. Does that help with performance? Yes, but it also speaks to the pride that the men and women take in this aircraft and in the A-10 Thunderbolt II here at Selfridge.
Our next performers are taking up position as they get to do that, and we'll tell you more about them in just a second. Want to remind you to stay hydrated today. We can't say it enough. And with apologies now, for example, if you've been here since this morning and you still have not peed, sorry to be not as delicate as I probably should be, but you are dehydrating. Or if you have and it's the color of coffee, again, sorry, you're dehydrating. So please stay hydrated today. If you need medical attention, seek it out. We have lots of folks here who can get you to the help you need, and we can get that done quickly. Don't let it go. Also keep an eye on the garbage and the refuse. Make sure it gets into the recycling bins and the garbage bins and not out on the runway or attracting birds, which is not a good thing here at the airport. No smoking, a reminder of that. And some of the other safety messages: stay on the right side of the fence and apply some good sunscreen. But by all means, please stay hydrated today. We want you going home happy and healthy and not with a headache or worse. So the aircraft taking up position now to our left. This is a jet team called the Checkmate Jet Team. And once we get them into the sky, we're going to tell you more about them. Dissimilar formation, 3 L-39s, 1 T-33. One of them a chase plane as they power up right now. Please welcome the Checkmate Jet Team, all local pilots from right here in the Michigan area, as they get ready to take off in formation. The Checkmate Jet Team is made up of 4 experienced Warbird pilots flying close formations. In the Aero L-39C Albatross, the Czech made trainer, and the T-33 leading the formation today. Team made their airshow debut just a year ago or 2 years ago, and then the COVID thing happened and ruined everything. And so they're back together again and rolling, well, here at Selfridge and some other shows this year too. Classic Jet Aircraft Association, the Red Star Pilots Association, represented well in this performance. We'll tell you all about the pilots as they get ready for their first of a series of passes in various formations. Coming in from your right now, and these are beautiful formations, gracefully done, quietly done in these quiet jets. Ron Stanley, the blue L-39. a jet that was imported from Ukraine in 2003, won Best L-39 at AirVenture 2010. And Ron is the vice president of the Crispin Company, the sponsor of this event, and we do thank the many sponsors in your community that have stepped up to help us open the doors and invite you in to have some fun in the sun here this weekend. And Ron is currently the lead of the restoration for the Ford Motor Company's Michigan Central Station in Corktown. And you would know the history of that, Dan, and it's going to be quite the undertaking.
That's really an exciting project, especially if you're a Metro Detroit history nerd like I am. Boy, I'm a nerd about a lot of things. I'm a nerd about the Air Force. I'm a nerd about Detroit, but that's an exciting project down there at the Michigan Central Railroad Station.
Scott Kosakov of Milan, Michigan, in the Tumbling Goose Air Racing Jet Team. And when he's not racing jets, Scott is at disc dog competitions with his Border Collie Tesla, and apparently they're pretty amazing as well. Bill Culberson is flying the lead, though, on the T-33, son of an Air Force fighter pilot. He acquired that beautiful T-33, leading the trail formation. From the Jet Aviation Museum in London, Ontario. And the paint scheme you see was the RCAF demonstration jet in the early 1990s. Bill Short, third-generation dentist, is bringing up the rear, and he's learning the formations and why you see him in trail today. And following the formations, third-generation dentist, and with a heart 2 sizes too big. West Branch, Michigan's where he's from. He uses aviation to take dental students on dental missions to communities in the Dominican Republic and Haiti and Jamaica to provide some dental care for them. So Ron, Scott, Bill, and Bill, your Checkmate Jet Team. The team's aircraft are based in Michigan. Pilots, members again of the Classic Jet Aircraft Association, the Red Star Pilots Association. Keeping it nice and tight here in the Vic formation, led by the T-33. Beautiful. Making the difficult look easy. Trust. Teamwork. Not every pilot can fly formation. It involves an awful lot of trust. The lead pilot, communicating. He has to be a clear communicator, communicating all the time the inputs to the aircraft, letting the wingmen know that he's turning or increasing power or climbing. And of course, the wingmen totally trusting the lead to get it all right while they look at the wing to their right or their left and stay right in position. Slot pilot, looking at the tailpipe of the lead pilot when they make it a 4-ship. Bill Short getting closer and closer to the formation in each of these rehearsals as he gets ready to join the team. Checkmate Jet Team from right here in Michigan.
We know several thousand people watching today on Live Air Show TV, and a reminder that if you want to be able to see any of these performances that you've seen here today, for those of you who are here at the base, or maybe you're out on Lake St. Clair in a boat, you're in a neighborhood backyard party, you can go to Live Air Show TV, go to their YouTube page, and you can see all of these great performances, and some from different angles, including a number of shots from inside the aircraft so you can see what it's like to be inside one of these aircraft during an air show.
Here's a pretty good angle too. Straight over top of you now. The Checkmate Jet Team. The L-39 now one of the most popular of these types of jets in the world today. Again, a Czechoslovakian design. It's become very popular and a more economical way to fly jet aerobatics. They are quiet, yet they are fast and easy to learn to fly and very economical when it comes to flying jets, surprisingly so. You get started for maybe $250,000 and away you go. You know, that's not a lot of money when it comes to jets. They are coming back for a few more passes as you see the huge C-17 getting ready for its demonstration coming up in a few minutes. We still have the United States Coast Guard search and rescue demonstration to come before we hand things over to the F-22 Raptor demonstration team.
Rick's just kind of amazing. We've been commenting all weekend. We have some of our law enforcement partners here today on a mounted patrol. These jets go screaming right overhead and the horses don't even look up. I guess maybe horses don't get as excited about airplanes as you and I do, but it's been a phenomenal demonstration here today.
The training and the trust that goes on between the horse and the rider and the officers here, it's a pretty big deal. And I always get a chance to appreciate that. And when I'm doing some air shows on the north side of the border up in Canada, have the RCMP musical ride sometimes at the airport. And I often worried about that, but the horses, again, the training and the things that go on between the riders and the horses, it's not a problem at all. And they settle right down and they're able to do something like that.
What about the mounted reindeer patrol?
No, not going to happen. No. There's just not enough training going into that. Here they come back around again. Had the chance, speaking of the canine and animals, the last show I did had the Hollywood Mutts were at it, the Ultimuts. And these dogs, of course, all have been stars in TV series, mostly the horror genre, unfortunately. And they pulled me front and center while the dogs were being demonstrated to show me how they train them to play the part of, say, a rabid, crazy dog in a horror movie. And this thing with just hand motions suddenly turned into the ears back, the teeth snarling, growling, coming at my face, and then the trainer called it off just to remind me it's just playing a role, Rick. It snaps right out of it. How do I get myself into these things? Again, speaking of Canada as we were moments ago, that's where the lead jet was purchased from. That's a great museum up in London, Ontario, by the way. In London, have a great show coming up in September, and as you well know, there's a long history between that air show and Selfridge, as Selfridge has really supported that show over the years, and it's just across the border, not that far away, London, Ontario. We've probably got folks here from London. That's coming up this September. Last year, and through the COVID problems, Selfridge, of course, is where a lot of the performing jets were positioned out of remotely for that air show. And they are putting together an incredible show again coming up in September. If you want to cross the border and enjoy that one, you are more than welcome, as they have this great relationship with Selfridge. The Checkmate L-39s, and in this case, the Canadair-made T-33 in their echelon formation this time. As the L-39s get ready to recover, the T-33 T-33 breaks away for some aerobatic maneuvers now.
So many people and so much effort goes into making this open house and air show a success. Of course, all the people who are on the clock here, but watching the KC-135 taxi in a few minutes ago reminded me of a conversation I had with one of our 191st maintenance airmen yesterday. A lot of the people working in the concession stands are off-duty airmen who are working on as volunteers, working on their own time. A number of the spouses are working as well, doing that as a volunteer to help support the Selfridge Air Show. So we give kudos to all those who are volunteers in doing this to make this awesome air show possible today.
Bill Cubberson, of course, in the T-33, son of an Air Force fighter pilot, who again acquired this T-33 from the Jet Aviation Museum in London, Ontario. Painted in the RCAF demo jet of the early 1990s, hence the maple leaf on the belly. Coming in now from your right to begin a short series of aerobatic maneuvers. And a wave from the L-39 pilots too. You can wave back as they get ready to head on home with these beautiful, quiet Checkmate jets. We'll get them back on the ground here. It'll land down to our right. They'll approach as the C-17 gets ready to take off from the left in just a few minutes. Here comes Bill again in the T-33. That jet's still capable of over 400 miles an hour. And our L-39's getting ready for a pitch to land.
As our Checkmate team recycles and moves around for another pass, we'll remind everyone that if you become separated from your party, that giant American flag hanging from the crane, the two buildings at Show Center, that is where you need to go. There's an information tent there, and that is where you can be reunited with your party.
Also, while we have a second as they reposition with the owner of a vehicle, Charlie Juliet Charlie Charlie Delta 185 Juliet November 4 44681 Juliet 11894. Please move your vehicle. Your license plate is blocking the driveway. This is the 75th anniversary of that joke, by the way. I thought I'd just bring it back out again, dust it off, and annoy the air boss with it. Who, by the way, is George Klein from North Carolina, and he's doing a masterful job And it's quiet. He's got noise suppression headset on, but make some noise for him anyway, because it's not easy what he's done helping us out this weekend. And while you're at it, the hundreds of volunteers you've been mentioning who've been working so hard while we've been out here having fun, make sure you show some appreciation for the volunteers who've worked so hard this weekend to make this thing happen. Please give it up for the volunteers here. And here come our participants in the Checkmate Jet Team. Had all these wonderful plans in 2019, and of course COVID changed a lot of our plans, didn't it? But they've got the team back together again, and they're going to continue on, and this is great. The T-33 as well, Bill and the rest of the team back on the ground. And then very shortly, speaking of North Carolina, we're going to get the Charleston crew here with the C-17 into the sky, and a demonstration that is just so impressive. It will be hard to believe at times that something this big is that maneuverable. You're going to hear and feel the weight of this jet in the awesome takeoff to the impressive short field landing at the end, and then everything in between. Everything about this jet is very impressive.
C-17, an impressive aircraft, as you say, Rick. And even if you've seen this demonstration before, and if you're like me, been around the Air Force essentially your entire adult life, but what this aircraft can do, its ability to take off on a short runway, its ability to land on a short runway, is just unbelievable. Had an opportunity to see how this aircraft operates in the forward operating environment, and it truly is miraculous as it lands. And here comes the aerial port airmen come out to load that aircraft with all their vehicles, and just rolling pallet after pallet into the aircraft or out of the aircraft, as the case might be. The fuels people are out making sure that the aircraft is fueled up and ready to go. It's just amazing how something so big can be unloaded so quickly and so professionally. Nobody gets hurt. There's usually a master sergeant out there kind of giving the directions, and a dozen or 2 dozen airmen that are making it all happen. It truly is a testament to the kind of teamwork that exists in the United States Air Force.
And as soon as that T-33 tucks in to head back into the static display area, the mighty C-17 will take up position. And still to come after that, the United States Coast Guard search and rescue demonstration, and then the F-22 Raptor demonstration as we end the show after all of this history that we've celebrated, with the theme, of course, the next 100 years. And as you see the C-17 start to take up position, the Air Force's 437th Airlift Wing from Charleston Air Force Base is where it has arrived from. It's going to be our pleasure this afternoon to describe for you today's flight demonstration by America's premier airlifter, the Boeing C-17 Globemaster III, the aircraft that ensures rapid global mobility for America. The aircraft will take off performing a maximum angle climb, demonstrating its impressive power and the ability to depart an airport where enemy resistance is suspected. With a departure climb angle of just over 25 degrees nose up, the aircraft will reach over 1,500 feet before crossing the departure into the runway. The pilots for today's performance: Captain Spencer Dewey, Captain Spencer Boone, and Captain Josh Bola. The loadmaster is Staff Sergeant Jose Montoya. This crew has a combined total of over 10,000 flying hours. Ladies and gentlemen, the C-17. The C-17's first pass today will be a high-speed pass. After completing this next series of turns to align with the runway, the crew will accelerate to 320 knots, demonstrating the rapid strategic capability of the airplane. The C-17 design includes a modern computerized glass cockpit, heads-up displays at both pilot stations, an advanced cargo handling system, allowing it to operate with a crew half the size of the current aircraft. Only 3 crew members are required to fly a C-17. The aircraft advanced design allows it to accomplish its entire mission with this minimum crew. As the aircraft will approach show center, listen to how quiet she is, even at high speed. Quiet means that, of course, it has an advantage, a tactical advantage, while flying over hostile territory. And it's also more environmentally friendly. The C-17. The C-17 provides a direct delivery capability that combines the intercontinental cargo carrying capabilities of large aircraft such as the Galaxy with the short runway capability of the much smaller Hercules. It can routinely land on runways only 3,500 feet long. It's powered by 4 Pratt & Whitney F-117 engines, the same engines used by the Boeing 757. Each engine delivers over 40,000 pounds of thrust. This amount of thrust allows the Globemaster III to carry over 170,000 pounds of cargo. The range with that amount of cargo, 2,400 nautical miles. However, the C-17 can reach anywhere in the world non-stop using its air refueling capabilities. As the aircraft passes, please notice the wing leading edge slats and large power lift wing flaps. These devices literally change the shape of the C-17 wing, and they're key to its low final approach and, of course, speed, enabling this aircraft to land and stop in short distances. The sound of these engines and the aircraft right now, you feel the heaviness of this huge aircraft. The aircraft now performing a go-around maneuver using maximum power to demonstrate its ability to depart an airport where enemy resistance is suspected. The C-17 will next maneuver to show its ability to fly at slow speeds and demonstrate its advanced aerodynamics in action. The aircraft will perform a series of steep bank turns to maneuver for a low speed pass and circle in front of us over the airfield. In case you're wondering how big it is, the wingtip to wingtip measurement's about half the length of a football field. The tail is over 5 stories tall. Empty, the C-17 weighs almost 280,000 pounds. But with maximum cargo and fuel loaded, that gross weight rises to over 500,000 pounds. Notice the upturned wingtips or winglets. These decrease aerodynamic drag and increase fuel economy. To give you a better idea of the aircraft's overall size, those winglets are over 9 feet tall.
Hey, just a reminder, everybody, if you lose a child or find a child, underneath that American flag, there's a child waiting right there for some lost parents right now. So head underneath that big American flag.
As you can see, the aircraft is extremely agile at both high and low speeds, making it easy to operate in any tactical situation, including combat delivery capability or paratrooper or heavy equipment airdrop. The C-17 uses a quadruple redundant fly-by-wire system to run its flight controls. The fly-by-wire system means the aircraft's flight controls are electronically operated by inputs from the control stick. There are 4 separate flight control computers, each of which can manage the entire system by itself. The computers continuously monitor the flight controls and each other. If there are any problems, they automatically work around the disabled system. In addition to these features, the C-17 still has a mechanical backup. The aircraft will next maneuver to demonstrate a full flap approach to a simulated short field runway. The short field capability allows the C-17 Globemaster III to land at over 6,000 more airfields worldwide than currently available to the Galaxy or commercial wide-body aircraft. In fact, the C-17 has made short field landings in Bosnia, in Iraq, Afghanistan, Haiti, El Salvador, and many other countries, while boasting an impressive reliability rate. The C-17 you see today weighs almost 340,000 pounds. On final, its speed will be 120 miles per hour. It's a lot of energy to get stopped in a very short distance. Approaching the end of the runway, the crew has simulated arrival to an airfield with hostile forces nearby. This approach tactic can also be used for very high altitude to avoid enemy fire. The C-17 made its inaugural flight in September 1991. Since then, the C-17 has set over 20 world records, including payload to altitude and time to climb records. Boeing delivered the first operational C-17 to Charleston Air Force Base in June of 1993. Now the crew will demonstrate the very short landing distance of the C-17 using only 1,500 feet. Reverse thrust helps slow the mighty Globemaster III down, and to where it can actually back up. The capability limited to very few aircraft, the ability to routinely back under its own power. Ground maneuverability extremely important when space is limited for offload operations on a day-to-day basis. And a perfect opportunity to wave to the crew, ladies and gentlemen, and thank them for a great demonstration. All the maneuvers you've seen here today are representative of those flown by your operational air crews every day as they provide the highly responsive and flexible airlift capability for America. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes today's demonstration of the Globemaster III and just some of its unique capabilities. On behalf of the men and women of the United States Air Force Air Mobility Command and Charleston Air Force Base, the crew wants to thank you for being with us today and hope that you enjoyed this brief look at the C-17 Globemaster III, the United States Air Force's core airlifter, workhorse, providing rapid global mobility for America today, tomorrow, and into the 21st century. The Globemaster III C-17.
Impressive demonstration by that C-17 and our active duty Air Force crew on board her. You know, that's one of the great advantages of the Michigan Air National Guard, is those who go off and serve 4 years in the military, wherever they may be, and then decide, you know, they still want to serve, but they want to be at home. That's a decision that I made, and continue to serve as part of the Michigan Air National Guard in the hometown Air Force. So if you have a loved one that's off serving our country right now, first of all, thank you for the sacrifice of your family and your patriotism, then encourage that young person to look to an opportunity here as part of the Guard and join the Team Selfridge family.
And now from the left, ladies and gentlemen, the Coast Guard is included, of course. With over 100 years since U.S. Coast Guard began flying, the Coast Guard has been involved in aviation since the very beginning. Guess who helped the Wright brothers prepare their plane for their historic flight back in 1903? The crew of the nearby Kill Devil Hills, North Carolina Life-Saving Station. They also photographed that iconic event. Yeah, that was their photograph. So right now we welcome their Dolphin helicopter, ladies and gentlemen, and begin a search and rescue demonstration from your U.S. Coast Guard right here.
Of course, Coast Guard Air Station Detroit has been part of the Team Selfridge family for more than 50 years.
Lieutenant Elmer F. Stone, the Coast Guard's first aviator, started naval flight training in Pensacola in 1916, marking the beginning of Coast Guard aviation. L. Stone then piloted the Navy's Curtiss NC-4 flying boat, the very first aircraft to make a transatlantic flight before Lindbergh, but not nonstop. During World War II, Commander Frank Erickson was a tireless advocate for helicopter aviation and pioneered the use of helicopters during and after that conflict, first for anti-submarine warfare and then for search and rescue, as we're about to see demonstrated here in a moment. On an average day, the Coasties conduct 45 search and rescue cases. They save 10 lives. They save over $1.2 million in property. They seize 174 pounds of cocaine, 214 pounds of marijuana. They're very busy. And now setting up for the search and rescue mission, your Coast Guard Dolphin helicopter. Aircraft Commander Lieutenant Jess Richardson and the co-pilot Lieutenant Nick Hubner, along with the flight mechanic AMT-2 Zamora Ortiz, settling now so that the rescue swimmer AST-2 Darian Dwyer can exit the aircraft safely using the hoist and be gently set down here at Show Center. And Dan, our swimmer, is about to come out into swimming today, but gently being set down on the ground. And again, our swimmer is Darian Dwyer.
U.S. Coast Guard Air Station Detroit, one of 2 Coast Guard air stations on the Great Lakes, here at Selfridge, handling the eastern half of the Great Lakes, and then another air station up in Traverse City, handling the western half of the Great Lakes. Kind of Saginaw Bay is roughly the dividing line between the 2 air stations. Coast Guard Air Station Detroit, on an average year, records about 300 saves. So average that out over the course of the year, almost 1 save per day. Of course, busiest season is right now, the summer boating season, but operational 365 days a year. And I'll tell you, those swimmers that are on that helicopter, you go out to do a rescue in January or February, you're flying with that door open. Let me tell you, boy, it is cold in the back of that aircraft. You have to be dedicated and committed to professionalism, and that's what our Coast Guard is here at Team Selfridge. Here comes our rescue swimmer out the side door and descending now. Again, about 300 saves per year, credited to Coast Guard Air Station Detroit, working very closely with the cutters in Detroit, the small boats in St. Clair Shores, and in Port Huron, keeping our Great Lakes safe for all the recreational boaters and the commerce that traverses the Great Lakes in those big freighters.
Rock steady platform. The Dolphin has turned out to be just perfect for the purpose. The MH-65D, originally designed, of course, by Aerospatiale in France in the late 70s. The Coast Guard procured them in 1984 and converted it into a highly capable short-range recovery asset. Top speed, 175 knots, 200 miles per hour. Range, 250 nautical miles. Endurance, 2.5 hours with a crew of 4 for search and rescue missions like today. Located at 18 different air stations all around the country. More diverse missions than any other airframe, the Dolphin is an iconic workhorse of Coast Guard aviation. Procedure now so that our swimmer can stabilize the situation to get those downforce hurricane-type winds from the rotating wings above away from the situation. The crew will fly away, and when our swimmer has got things under control there and stabilized, if someone needs help, sets off a flare to call the crew back in for extraction.
Coast Guard Air Station Detroit has operated here at Selfridge since 1969, so more than 50 years of service here at Selfridge, and they operate 24/7. It's not unusual during an air show that one of the aircraft, the helicopters, gets called out. One did yesterday morning before flying started, so we've been fortunate not to have a break for that, because the Coast Guard remains on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, right here at Selfridge Air National Guard Base.
Flare has been popped and our swimmer is ready to come back aboard. And we're going to see that right here in front of us as well. Note though, as you look at the Dolphin, and you see that the tail rotor is shrouded. Fenestron is an interesting concept and design. It becomes very quiet. Not all of the blades are evenly spaced around, interestingly enough. It's safer, it's not as exposed. One of the dangers of helicopter flying is, of course, walking into that tail rotor. That's why everybody is always directed to walk in front and not behind helicopters. It's more environmentally friendly and efficient as well, and it's a very unique design to this and now a few other models of helicopters. And it's a rock-steady platform. As you can see, our pilot's now setting up to recover our swimmer. So Darian Dwyer getting ready to get back on board. Flight mechanic Zamora Ortiz is going to help with that from aboard. You'll see Zamora At the open door behind our crew, our co-pilot Nick Hubner and the aircraft commander, Lieutenant Jess Richardson, giving it a rock steady hover here in just a moment to get our swimmer back on board.
You see the swimmer just dropped his hand. He was giving the thumbs up signal, indicating that he's ready to go. We're going to lower the hoist and bring him back on board. Of course, in an actual rescue scenario, he'd have the rescued individual from the boat in distress or what have you that he'd be bringing on board.
For that, they might use the litter if the patient needs. If not, join the swimmer on the hoist and come up together, and the swimmer would cradle the head to make sure that it's a safe lift into the helicopter.
Rick, you mentioned the force of those downforce winds.
Yeah.
Remember one time being in St. Louis, and there was a person that had gone into the Mississippi River, and there was a Coast Guard helicopter that just happened to be passing by and used the rotor wash to push the person to the shore so that people on shore could pull them aboard. It was an amazing display that happened to have been caught by the TV news. Just an amazing platform, that MH-65 Dolphin helicopter.
Situational awareness too, and the training that goes on with these crews. They know their machines, they know their job, they know their task, and we're so glad they're there when we get in trouble. And as you mentioned, with some of the amazing figures of how much they work in a given season. A lot of boats out behind us, we understand, listening to the FM broadcast. Lots of folks around the world have joined our live air show TV feed. You can see that later when you get home tonight too, and for the days ahead, as it'll be there on their YouTube channel and on Facebook for a long time for you to enjoy. We get some great onboard shots and different angles of things that you may be missing here today, but you'll get to watch it. And again, our swimmer is now on board. And I want to give a nice shout out to the entire crew again. The commander, Lieutenant Jess Richardson, co-pilot, Lieutenant Nick Hubner, Zamora Ortiz is the flight mechanic, the aft part of the helicopter helping our swimmer on board, Darian Dwyer from the Coast Guard. Sure give that crew a wave. They can't hear your appreciation, but they sure can see it. Nice way of thanking them for their service and the display. Give them a huge wave. The Coast Guard.
Coast Guard is such an important part of Team Selfridge. I can't tell you how many times they've partnered with local law enforcement. They've helped out the 127th Wing sometimes when we've needed some aerial photography. They are just a tremendous asset to Team Selfridge. About 125, 150 active duty members of the United States Coast Guard that serve here at Selfridge Air National Guard Base as part of Coast Guard Air Station Detroit. And they have opportunities as well for young men and women to check out Coast Guard recruiting.
So we understand from the crew they saw you waving and they want to come back and wave to you. So they're going to come back around here and give you a nice wave. So again, get your phone on video, because I think you'll enjoy this one, as they say goodbye to you and a thank you. And just before we get ready to hand things over to the F-22 Raptor team.
Coast Guard helicopter making the big circle, heading out over those boats on Lake St. Clair, now coming back onto the show center. You'll see out to the far left on the runway, F-22 Raptor getting ready for its demonstration.
So give them a wave back again, and the crew's going to wave to you big time. Not just the crew, but the helicopter too. Coast Guard! What a day this has been. the F-22 coming up, and we want to remind you before we hand over to the team that there is a plan to get you out of here as quickly as possible. Follow the directions of the marshaling from your parking lots afterwards. Your cooperation is going to be greatly appreciated. And believe you me, they've got a plan for you. So follow those directions. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are handing things over to the F-22 Raptor demonstration team.
We want to welcome you to today's F-22 demonstration. I am F-22 Demonstration Team Superintendent Master Sergeant George Fagan from Augusta, Georgia, and as a proud member of Air Combat Command's 1st Fighter Wing located at Joint Base Langley Eustis in Hampton, Virginia, it is my distinct pleasure to describe for you today a capability demonstration by the most technologically advanced 5th generation fighter aircraft in the world. The F-22 Raptor's mission is air dominance. It supports our joint forces and allies to freely operate in today's joint fight anywhere, anytime. And now, introducing your 2022 Raptor demonstration team from Richmond, Virginia, Dedicated Crew Chief, Technical Sergeant Eric Tallman. From Corning, New York, Dedicated Crew Chief, Staff Sergeant Alan Van Etten. From Bayamon, Puerto Rico, Avionics Technician, Technical Sergeant Fernando Yama. From Dover, Tennessee, Avionics Technician, Staff Sergeant Ben Keel. From Leavenworth, Kansas, AFE Specialist, Staff Sergeant Tiffany Brooks. From Logan, Utah, Public Affairs Craftsman, Technical Sergeant Don Hudson. From St. Clair Shores, Michigan, Propulsion's Journeyman, Senior Airman Karan McDaniel. From Manteca, California, our safety officer and combat-ready fighter pilot, Captain Joshua Vulture Burge. And your 2022 F-22 demonstration fighter pilot with more than 1,700 hours flying fighter aircraft, from Tampa, Florida, Major Joshua Cabo Gunderson. You are about to witness the maneuvering capabilities of the most advanced and most lethal fighter aircraft in your United States Air Force. The F-22 you will see today is an unmodified and fully combat-capable aircraft. And while we can't show you everything that makes the Raptor the most lethal fighter aircraft in the world, we will show you its raw power and thrust-vectored maneuvering capabilities as it executes maneuvers that no other fighter aircraft in the world can perform. The Raptor plays a vital role in the defense of this nation and represents your Air Force's £1,000 of thrust from its powerful F-119 engines. The Raptor will virtually leap off the runway in an amazing 1,000 feet. At a safe altitude, Major Gunderson will quickly loop the aircraft, reversing his flight path, and then roll while diving straight down. So now, it's time to stand up, Raptor's advanced flight controls combined with its powerful engines allow the aircraft to pull more than 9 times the force of gravity. Watch from the right as the Raptor demonstrates its tight turn capability with a min-radius horizontal turn and then powers straight up into the vertical. Then watch as Major Gunderson changes his direction with the amazing J-turn reposition. The firepower of the Raptor comes in any combination of 8 missiles and up to 8 precision satellite-guided bombs. The F-22 is the first supersonic, multi-role, and highly agile stealth fighter in the world with a fully internal combat weapons load. Ready your cameras as the Raptor banks in from the left and cycles its weapons bay doors. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to dedicate this pass to honor the passing of legendary Shockwave truck driver, Mr. Chris Darnell. Major Gunderson and the entire Raptor demonstration team joins in our thoughts and prayers for the Darnell family at this very difficult time. Chris, thank you for your selflessness, your inspiration, and your service to this community. Today, this pass is for you. F-22 possesses the ability to point its nose at will, even at extremely low airspeeds and high angles of attack. Watch closely as the aircraft pulls into the vertical and executes a full 360-degree aileron roll. At altitude, the jet will flip backwards and level off. Then, in less than 2,000 feet of altitude and under complete control, Major Gunderson will execute a full 360-degree flat turn. As it executes the power loop, you will see why the aircraft is unmatched in a vertical flight as it carves through a loop and doubles its altitude at the end. At the top of the loop, you will see the Raptor rotate around one spot in the sky, utilizing the vector thrust of two powerful F-119 engines, which literally flip the aircraft through the vertical and back to level flight. Following the power loop, you will see the Raptor perform the loaded roll. Many jets can turn tight, many jets can roll quickly, and many jets can climb fast, but not many can slide. Watch now from behind as the Raptor flies over, pulls straight up in the vertical while bringing its throttles near idle, and then, under complete control, the F-22 Raptor will actually slide backwards. Slow-speed handling characteristics are phenomenal. Watch now as Major Gunnison repositions the aircraft to crowd right. Reducing the power while loading up on a high angle of attack, the Raptor will slow down to less than 86 miles per hour. After the pass, you will once again feel the raw power of the jet as Major Gunnison lights those afterburners and climbs straight into the vertical. Ladies and gentlemen, from the right, the Raptor's slow speed pass. F-22 possesses the capability to reach speeds and altitudes that make it virtually untouchable, even without using its afterburners. Accelerating from 86 to nearly 700 miles per hour, Major Gunnison will now roll inverted in preparation for a split S reposition and a high-speed pass, showcasing just a fraction of the aircraft's super cruise and full speed capability. Ladies and gentlemen, prepare for Freedom Thunder on the high-speed pass. F-22 will now set up to perform a Hoover pitch. Named after the most beloved aviator of our time, this maneuver is a double knife edge, separated by an inverted tuck, followed by a pitch to line up in preparation for landing. This will be another great opportunity to capture the Raptor on your camera during our demonstration. Ladies and gentlemen, named after the late legendary Bob Hoover, the Raptor's Hoover pitch. Ladies and gentlemen, here comes a min-radius turn. Kelly, and all the men and women of Air Combat Command. Thank you for your attendance, thank you for your patriotism, and thank you for your support.
Let's hear it for the entire team, technicians, narrator, them all, the F-22 demonstration team, ladies and gentlemen. And there's Cabo getting it back down on the ground. And what a day it has been, Dan.
What a beautiful and amazing sight, that 5th generation F-22 Raptor. Think about where we started this morning, Rick, at about 10:30 in the morning with that JN4 Jenny that just wobbled into the sky, long swooping turns, and then we see the F-22 that just, all the technology that builds and leads us to this aircraft today, and the men and women who are behind that. Again, we keep standing on the shoulders of giants as we move into the next century and decades of service in the United States Air Force.
Well, again, we want to thank the volunteers and the folks that have made this happen, the sponsors that have made it happen. And we want to thank you for coming out and showing your support and thanking our servicemen and women. From every branch, we had a chance to exhibit some kind of a demonstration so that perhaps we can entice you to stop dreaming and start flying, or consider one of the many career opportunities right here.
Again, there are many career opportunities not only here but throughout the aerospace industry, and it's just an opportunity for a young person to explore and to dream and to see what is possible. And I'm here to tell you, I am proof that a hometown kid can see the world thanks to service in the Michigan Air National Guard.
So right now we're going to say a quick goodbye to those viewing around the world on Live Airshow TV. And remember, on their YouTube channel, on the Facebook page, and the base's Facebook page as well, you can see this broadcast again. Those have joined us here, and there's a significant amount of people here. But we want to say safe day and whatever remains of wherever you are today, to stay healthy, and we'll see you the next time round with Live Airshow TV as they continue to make their way around North America doing these live streams and terrific coverage. So Jeff, Brian, the rest of your team, thank you all so much for there. We'll say goodbye to that audience right now. Bye-bye.
Thanks for watching, and aim high.
And now we cut away.